Hello. Why? Yes, another model. This one was actually... Okay, fun fact. I've had the art for this model done since, like, January. It was... Actually, it was before January. I think it was the end of last year I had it done by. Um... I just didn't rig it for a good hot minute. It was, you know, my toon model that was supposed to come after this one. I am a very good and professional artist and rigger. Yeah, new look. I made a new background and everything. I still have the old one, because the other one goes better with my other models because they're pinker, but this one is just so green that it looked kind of odd. Yeah, I'm peeking. Peeking. I'm very happy with the rigging of this, and I hope you guys. I can make such silly faces with this model, by the way. I do enjoy it. I greatly enjoy. Yeah, gonna just pop up a little bit. Hello, look at me. Wow. I have lashes now. Fangs. I've always had fangs. They're just very, very prominent in this one. I made them more prominent than usual because they tend to get hidden quite easily. But all of my models have had fangs. Those are stabbing fangs. I know, I look like a fucking vampire. They're big old fangs. Yeah. I'm just gonna occasionally hike myself up a little bit. I'm not a big one for model reveals just because I make so much shit for myself all the time. But like, I feel like I need to actually show this one off a little bit, you know? I'll just zoom out a little. Yeah. With my fun hair. I can never figure out how to do physics for properly. I think I got a good flow. Flowers. Yes, this one is very flowery, I think. This is how you'll probably see me most of the time. Just zoom out so you can get the wings properly, fully. Like, I'm in a dress. Proper dress. Proper little sundress. Can you tell this was supposed to come out way earlier when it wasn't in autumn? I like these new wings though. Is that the dress or the wings? The big green things that move are wings. But I feel like the outfit itself is fairly plain by design. Although I do have stuff. It was meant for spring? Yeah. Not autumn so much. Actually, wait, let me keep out a little bit. I think this is the right one. I have a cardigan though. I do have a cardigan for when it's really chilly. It's very green though. There's not very much pink in this model compared to my other models. I felt like I went so pink-purple with my toon model. You know? Well, actually, I went so pink and purple with my toon model because I went so green with this one. It's just because I like a little monochromatic palette. I like all the green. But yeah, I quite like the dress without. I've got like my little bracelet things. Also no shoes. You get my feet for free, I guess. But very rarely. Only if you guys are good. Only if you're well behaved do you get feet. Because otherwise it's just here. It's just up to here otherwise. But I have expression stuff as well, which I very rarely use. But you know, a little blushy. A little blushy blush. So let me zoom right in. Because I feel like some of these are real nice. Especially in combo with each other. There's a selection I like putting together quite a lot. Because I've accidentally made this, despite this model having like the most angelic appearance out of all of my models, I feel like I've also managed to make it the scariest in a way. Standard. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh-huh. The Shadow of Doom, indeed. This is my classic little dead eye. I always put these in my models because I find them so funny. This without the shadow as well. Mm-hmm. I also have heart eyes. It's very cute with the blush. What is the club diamond and spade eyes? Well, we've got the diamond eyes by default. Oh, I forgot, yeah. I misclicked, but you know, I was gonna show this one off anyway. Cause this is my favorite combo. Heart Eyes of Doom. What was that? Where are you going without me? Yeah. That's my favorite little combo of just all four of those expressions. I think I need to zoom out for... Actually, no, this one's just... sad. I can pout. I added the mouth X like the other day. That's the cardigan. Oh yeah, I can have 2 braids now. I actually really like this. I'm probably gonna end up using this a lot because I think it looks really cute. I'm very happy with it. More hair. I have so much of it. It cannot be contained. But yeah, so I can have 2 braids now. I can't believe, well no, technically in order of release, technically the Toon model had double braids in one of the outfits before this, but technically I did this one first art-wise. Yeah, you know, it's also cute with the cardigan. And then, hands. Good old hands. I'm under arrest, I guess. Under arrest, jailed for fairy crimes. Jailed for taking too many names. Sigh. But yeah. There's just... most of my expressions I tend to do in just the face. In like the normal face rigging. I don't like having to click buttons for expressions. I also always enjoy how smug my models accidentally end up looking. It's not on purpose. This time I added a change in the eyes when I smile. I think you can notice it if I stare very neutrally versus smiling. But also it happens when my eyes are closed. So I can... it doesn't even have to necessarily be my eyes closed. Yeah, fun. I like being able to play with just facial expressions alone. I think that's the most fun part of live 2D models, is just the puppetry with the face. Like, I don't know. it's fun and all to have like all these expressions, but like you never end up using them. I feel like when you're actually like in the middle of playing games or doing stuff, or like it's so infrequent because it's so hard to do like while you're doing something else, to click your keys or whatever for it. So I'm just like, if I can manipulate the face of my models with just my face, that works way better for me. So I try to always make sure that's a viable way of working. So I can make all sorts of faces. All sorts of very fun faces. I had this with my V5 model as well, that I used for a good while. That also had a big focus on trying to get an expressive face. The Toon model doesn't have it quite so much because it's a lot more, you know, limited. It's toonier, so it doesn't have as much to work with. Although I still tried to get it to be somewhat expressive, but it's just not quite as moldable, I suppose, as these ones are, the full ones. Also, just now thinking about the person I know that's making their own Live 2D competitor. Is that Inochi 3D? I've been seeing that around for the past couple of years. The only reason I haven't tried it is because it doesn't have VTube Studio integration. It doesn't look like they're really planning to add it, which kind of, I don't know, I feel like it makes it a little bit moot. I'd try it if they added VTube Studio compatibility. But it's just like, if I can't use a VTube Studio, like, like it would be great for animation, I guess, but I suppose it's just like the Unity. The nose looks weird when my face goes way off the edge. Yeah, that's fine. That's more so when I'm like turning my head up. I kind of couldn't be bothered. I was trying it out. Thank you, Anxo. I guess it is technically also my affiliate anniversary, huh? I got my affiliate at, during my first birthday stream. Perspective looks really weird. Yeah, I got lazy. Not gonna lie. I don't turn my head that far that way. Like, that's not a very natural position for my head to go in anyway, so like it really doesn't matter to me. But yeah. I'm glad with VTube Studio I can use RTX tracking now, because it's so much fucking better than like normal webcam tracking. It's not even funny. And also better than my phone's tracking, and I also don't have to like fry my fucking phone. Which is always nice. Cause I was not gonna buy a fucking iPhone just for VTubing. That's no. No. But RTX tracking works out. It means it actually tracks my mouth properly. Or as proper as it's gonna get, anyway. I mean, I have to... I don't move my mouth a lot when I talk, is what I've realized. Naturally, anyway. I kind of have to go out of my way to make sure it gets picked up. To any extent. Because sometimes, like, if I relax it a little bit, it just stays like this the entire time. It just doesn't move much. So I have to very specifically enunciate. It's a very funny thing with Live 2D, or rather with tracking in general, facial tracking. You don't realize the little quirks your face has until you're seeing it directly in front of you. Just remember to move the puppet more to get it to show up on camera. I get it. Yeah, pretty much. That's the whole thing with Live 2D, is it's just digital puppetry. Technical limitations affecting your acting. It's not even technical limitations. It's my facial limitations under normal circumstances. Like, I have to, like, stretch out my fucking lips. I mean, there is now, improved lip sync tracking for VTube Studio. Which I tried a little bit. It didn't look any different, though. So I was just kind of like, maybe I need to do specific... Oh, okay, thanks for the warning, Twitch. Jesus Christ. Thanks for that. Cheers! I love that. I love when Twitch just forgets to tell me that I have an ad break. Why does it do that? It's not even due. What the fuck did it do? It was supposed to be every 30 minutes. At most. What? Excuse me? Twitch? Oh wait, they added the fucking... You didn't get an ad? That's... Okay, cool. I don't know... What the fuck? It's saying I've got an ad going. And I can't... As I know... Twitch did a thing recently. Twitch is probably doing funky things to increase revenue. They are. I saw a thing earlier and I forgot to double check it. Cause it was like a week or two ago I saw it. Where it was Twitch added like an automatic like rescheduling thing for ads. Where it would just like base it on what you're getting or something already. I don't even know. But I saw it. And I was like, I should make sure I check that to make sure it's like doing the thing I want properly. And I guess I forgot. I guess I completely forgot about that, and that was gonna be a pain. Thanks, Twitch. Also, if my... Because I can see on OBS my bitrate has just like dropped randomly. If that happens, it's because my Wi-Fi is still being weird. Fun fact, I was gonna stream, like I started a stream and everything, a couple of weeks ago. I was gonna do some shiny hunting, and then Twitch just said no, and it was after like an hour of fiddling with my capture card to get it to fucking work as well, so I was really pissed off. But it wasn't even Twitch, it was my Wi-Fi. Because, as I've said, we just recently switched providers. And so, because we were with an OpenReach Wi-Fi right now, because we have to wait to upgrade to fiber, which, oh my god, cannot come soon enough because I've been having so many issues. Part of it is just like it's mostly on my phone that I've had issues, to be fair. Because my phone does this weird thing where with some Wi-Fi, some home Wi-Fi I should say, not usually with other, like, professional Wi-Fi, I suppose. Like, business Wi-Fi is usually fine. But for some reason with some home Wi-Fis, my phone disconnects randomly, like it just doesn't like it. And I get it, I've been getting it with my parents' Wi-Fi for years. It's kind of whatever, it's just a pain. It's like, oh, I have to reconnect again. Or, oh, I have to turn off my Wi-Fi and reconnect again, because it's being stupid. And it's not an issue with the Wi-Fi itself, it's just my phone hates it. My last Wi-Fi, like, for my own flat, didn't have this issue. My phone was fine with it. We'd have it cut out a lot, though not as badly as this one has been. Hopefully it's just like an OpenReach problem. But like my phone wouldn't randomly disconnect. And for the most part, my PC is fine. But like it's not the most stable. It's really good when it works. Like the Wi-Fi is great when it works. But it does just kind of fucking kill itself sometimes, you know? It self-deletes itself for a few minutes. It can be very frustrating and I don't love it. So we're waiting patiently to be able to upgrade it to fiber in like a month or so. I think we're entering our second month with it. I think. You should be. So yeah, we have like another month or so. A month or two until we can upgrade. Yeah, so I just get random drops in bitrate. That's fine. Although to be fair, like it's only lowering to like 2,000 or so it's still functional. Thank you. Also, if you guys hear me sniffling, I got super lucky this year, and caught a cold directly before my birthday. It's mostly better today. I still have a bit of a sniffle, but like most of it has passed. It was only a couple of days of just being pretty crappy feeling. It was worse this morning, actually. It's kind of sorted itself out by this point. Although, I mean, I don't have my little sick goo brain right now. Because you know that thing with colds, or any sickness really, where like, you don't have a fever or anything, and you don't necessarily have a headache or dizziness, but like, you do get that sick brain fog sort of thing. I call it sick brain, or gooey brain, because like, your brain just feels like a wet sock, and it feels like you could throw it against the wall and it would like stick and then slowly like it would make a really wet slapping sound against the wall and would slowly drop down. You know? That feeling. I've been getting that the past couple of days, like while I was like in the most sick, I suppose. Which, albeit, it wasn't the worst, like, even then. Like, it was bad enough for me to take some cold medicine, but like, it wasn't bad enough to actually stop, like, for me to stop doing normal shit. But like, I was getting it around this time, and I don't have it right now, so it might be fine, or it might pop up later. Might just be a little delayed. But yeah, so if you hear me sniffling, that's why. My nose is still hella blocked. It usually takes the longest for my nose to clear up. Or my sinuses, I guess. Because, I mean, I have postnasal drip at the best of times, so my sinuses barely work in the first place. But yeah, so you might hear me. Actually, I don't know if it'll. I don't know if you guys. I guess you probably hear that a little bit because I have a tissue like directly next to my microphone. Because that's just where I keep it, I guess. But yeah, so if you hear that, and you hear me like, or well, if you hear the microphone cut out completely, probably. You just know. Just know there is so much goo. Anyway, since my model is now, I think, adequately shown off to the extent it can be right now, before I fix things up inevitably, because I did kind of rush the rigging like a month ago. Yeah, I guess I shall draw. I've been working on an animation and I kind of want to try and get it like cleaned up if I can. I don't know how good it looks for you guys. I know it's a little weird with resolutions for this program, for the amount of actual animation space you see. It always does this thing, or for some reason it always, like, when it closes, it like fucks it up a little. I have Miku here, and I have Meloetta that I haven't done any in-betweens for. That's what's going on. So I think I'll probably work on Meloetta right now. Just to try and get some progress on that. Working on the Pikamikus, just the first one. Some of them I was just like, I would never fucking animate those, oh god. Or not in my free time, certainly. But I wanted to do at least one of them, and at the time when I started it, she had the easiest design. It If I had waited, I probably would have taken Bug Miku instead. Or maybe Leak Miku. Or I suppose fighting type Miku. But yeah. So... Fuck. That's not what I'm grabbing. Excuse you. Yeah, so I'm gonna get... Not that. Miku out the way. It's so funny with them. Because obviously you don't see this at any point. I think that could just stay. I'm just wondering what you would do for Poketypes and ad designs. I don't know. Mystery. I don't even know if that really needs an in-between. It's because like it barely shows up in the first place. Probably not, really. Ah, they have fangs now, don't bite me. I've always had fangs though, they're just bigger than usual. Okay, don't make me feel shy about my fangs. They've always been there. They're not new. That's the wrong thing. Get out of here, Miku. Get out of here. But yeah, so one thing, I do not sketch my in-betweens, I just go straight into them because I don't see the point. I feel like it's a waste of time to just sketch in-betweens. You know, I just can see them now. Real. I always forget, like, my teeth don't actually, like, register as a mouth on VTube Studio. Like, try to control my mouth with the teeth and it doesn't fucking work, and I'm like, oh, why is it not working? Because my mouth isn't actually closing. And it doesn't have separate controls just for my teeth. I'm silly sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna go, just cause, yeah, sick, still, a little. I'm gonna go until I can't anymore, pretty much. But you know, just cause if I get like too gunky, then I'm just gonna be like, okay. Especially because, I mean, I've taken a nap today, because I almost always take a nap, because I have nothing else to do nowadays, at least most of the time. But I woke up, I had to wake up early this morning. I had to wake up early because I had a meeting that I accidentally scheduled for this morning, because I legitimately forgot it was my birthday. But yeah, that was fun. Not really. It was what it was. So I had to get up early, which meant no lion for me. And I had to like wear a mask for 2 hours. Was it 2 hours? Yeah, it was just about 2 hours. Because I was still sniffly and felt gross. It's like, I don't want to accidentally get someone else sick. And I still have a mask around, so I can just use that. Whoa. It's okay, maybe we'll reach the point where we just put on a headset and inject our consciousness into the avatars and move however the fuck we want. That art is very pretty, thank you. I really don't know how to draw Meloetta though. It's hard. I feel like it's quite hard with a lot of because the way I would draw stuff normally is different from how I draw stuff when I'm animating. Because, you know, like I can do stuff a lot more complex with my illustrations that I cannot with stuff like this. Which is just how it is. Because, you know, I don't need to absolutely wreck myself trying to animate something super complicated when I really don't need to. But I got this going. But yeah, so it's like, sometimes I'm just like, I don't know if this is gonna look good in animation form by the time I've completed mangling it. I feel like it's awkward with TV Paint especially. I find it really awkward to try and use TV Paint sometimes for cleanup. Because it's just not, like, the best with it. I've gotten used to it for the most part, but sometimes I'm just like, oh my god. Like, Clip Studio Paint would be so much easier. But while Clip Studio Paint, like, it has this animation feature, and I do like its animation feature. Sometimes the program that's built specifically for doing animation is better. Not least of all because Clip Studio Paint doesn't let you, like, you can't export a transparent mauve. I don't think you can even export a mauve in the first place. You can export a .avi file, but it breaks. Like, the encoder for it in the program is broken as shit, so it just doesn't work if you try to export it, like, in any form of transparency. So you have to, like, do the whole thing of exporting a PNG sequence, which is usually the best way of doing it anyway, but it's just a pain in the ass, and it's just like, I could just export a transparent mauve anywhere else, though. Like, I very much wish. Also, like, no transparent GIFs either with Clip Studio Paint, even though they can, like, they can export transparent PNGs, they can export GIFs. I don't understand why they can't export GIFs with an alpha channel. Why not? I feel like they should be more than capable, but apparently not. Oh, that's the thing I forgot to note. Layer. Thank you. That's the thing that always gets me. This program that I forget to fix again because it's not the most obvious. TV Paint is frustrating for a plethora of reasons, but at least it can export transparent videos. Which is the least it could do. It has other capabilities, but there's shit I have not figured out how to do, like, at all. Or, like, I've tried playing with them, but I could not figure it out. Like, I know with TV Paint that you can do, like, simulation stuff, like particle simulation, and I've seen it used in practice. I haven't seen how the program handles it though. Like, I've seen, like, the results. I've never, like, I tried to play with it and I could not figure it the fuck out. But also, like, the version of it that I have is so fucking limited as well. Like, I can't do camera movements in program, so I have to, like, manually get the size that the final shot will be in total, and, like, fucking expand the page, which is so annoying to try and do, especially if you have to edit it on the go, because every time you change a canvas's resolution in TV Paint, that's gonna look so silly. That looks a little silly. That's fine. It's an in-between anyway. But every time you change something about the canvas in TV Paint, it makes a new fucking instance instead of just saving over the original. It's so irritating. I have a lot of questions for the TV Paint developers in general. I mean, in all fairness to them, they've been nothing but responsive to me when I've needed help with stuff. Mostly on the technical side. Another fucking ad break. I swear to God, it's changed it to every 20 fucking minutes. Twitch. I'm so pissed about this. Hold on. Can I change this midstream, please? Oh my God. Please. Is it in affiliate settings? Is it in here? Is it in here somewhere? Why have you switched it? No. What? Stop it. It did automatically. Oh, Twitch, you bitch. So what it was originally set to do. So what it's changed it to is it's now 3 minutes per hour. I'm pretty sure I did not have it at that. Or certainly I was supposed to... Yeah, what it was originally was it was supposed to be like, it was either 1 minute or 1 minute per 30 minutes. Twitch, why do you do this? Why do you do this, Twitch? What the fuck? Oh, hell. Wait, did they change the amount? Oh my God. What the fuck? Thank you, Shatter. Thank you. What the fuck? Hold on. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. I swear to God. It definitely changed it, because I did not have it set to do ads every fucking 20 minutes. I had it set to twice an hour. What the fu- Why did it change it like that? Loving the new model, by the way. The rigging is amazing. Thank you. I still need to do some fixes on like some of the angles, because like this one's kind of odd, because I got lazy. But yeah. I hate Twitch sometimes. I'm so annoyed about that. I'm genuinely quite pissed. That's not what I had it set to. I like manually set it up, and I was already considering like just saying fuck it and changing the schedule anyway, because I was finding it kind of annoying. It was like the only reason I even have it set to 3 minutes per hour of ads is just because that's what Twitch requires for you to stop having pre-rolls. I'm so peeved. Ah. Twitch moment. Not that I can say that YouTube is any better though. YouTube has its own frustrations with ads. It's just like, oh my God. Really wish they just wouldn't change your settings without fucking permission though. That's quite rude. I'm just gonna silently mold over Twitch being Twitch. So fucking greedy though, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's like it's technically the same amount, but like, I feel like it's easier for people to sit through 1:30 of ads every 30 minutes than it is for a minute every 20 minutes, you know? Like, I feel like, you know, I'd rather people dealt with a single sitting or 2 sittings than 3, even if it's technically the same length. Really don't enjoy Twitch just changing that on me. Time is an annoyingly tricky thing. Honest to God, if I could go without like doing ads at all, I would. I think they're a pain in the ass, and there's a fly fucking pissing me off around me. So annoying. It's like, I guess I have to run fucking ads on my own whims, I suppose. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. Still like I feel like 3 minutes per hour to disable pre-roll. Like, the only reason I even run that many in an hour is because it disables pre-roll. That is the only reason. Because, like, I do not get the revenue particularly often. Unfortunately, video is very expensive. We don't have a better platform with any sort of adoption. No, we don't. Like, even YouTube's a bitch about it. Oh my god, this fucking fly. I didn't even get it. Fuck me. These little bitches. Little fly assholes. Real rats with wings. But, yeah, it's just... Though, YouTube's recently done their whole thing with, making it so that... I missed it again. Fuck up. YouTube's done its whole thing with making it so that they're, like, physically locking... Oh! Roxy! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, welcome! Thank you, thank you. I am, doing animation. If I can show what I'm working on. Birthday! Yes, and I am unfortunately slightly sick. It'd be like that though. I feel like I always get sick before my birthday nowadays. Yes, I am mikuing. I'm miku ooey. I've got new stream layout stuff. Yo, miku. Like, as bad as Twitch is, YouTube ain't exactly a better solution. It's just a different sort of insufferable. Yeah, we were talking about, because Twitch changed my fucking ad layout. So it was running every 20 minutes instead of every 30, and I was really annoyed about it. Really peeved. So I was just rambling about that. Let's talk about, YouTube recently started, like, locking people out for using an ad blocker. Like, physically locking people out. I'm not even convinced they're allowed to do that, technically. But whatever, okay. So, you know, love that. Yeah, I was talking about how, like, the only reason I even run ads at the amount I do is because it's the amount that Twitch requires to disable pre-roll, because I hate pre-roll. I had premium for so long as well. I had the only reason I disabled premium recently, I mean, I feel like I don't feel like it's necessarily worth the money, but I had it because I had the student discount, but I graduated recently, so I don't get it anymore. Probably should look into add stuff to disable pre-roll, I don't know. Yeah, it's annoying because the amount you have to run it's 3 minutes of ads per hour to disable pre-roll, which I feel like is already pretty fucking ridiculous. Um, and they recently did a thing. Yeah, it's 3 minutes. I hate it. Like, I only run that because, like, that's what they require to disable pre-roll. That was the only reason. I hate that having that much. But it is what it is. And so I had it set up. I had set it up to do 1:30 every 30 minutes, because I feel like it's easier. Like, no one wants to sit through 3 full minutes of ads, right? But I also feel like it's annoying to people to have it running every 20 minutes for 1 minute, so I'd rather group it into, like, 1.5 minutes, which is somewhat bearable if you're already watching a stream. Twice an hour, you know, that works. Twitch changed it on their own. Didn't ask. Just said fuck you. They changed it because they did like an update to the ads manager to like make it automatically pick out like when they should run and stuff. It didn't say anything really. And I had heard about it like a few weeks ago through other people. But like I completely forgot about it because I wasn't actively streaming in those couple of weeks. But yeah. It's like, I hate having to run 3 minutes of ads an hour, but at the same time, I'd rather have that than pre-roll, because like, I know I've exited out of streams because of pre-roll. Thank you, Meowie. Thank you. I know I've exited out of streams, like, especially VODs, because of pre-roll. Because I'm just like, why would I, like, especially if I don't know the streamer, it's kind of hard. It's hard to want to sit through it sometimes. Twitch's VOD up watcher's ass. Yeah, I don't even understand why they need to run ads like that. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so I'm just like, if it disables pre-roll, because like pre-roll is what stops a lot of people from watching streams. Like, a lot of people just exit out because of pre-roll, which is its own thing, but that's not technically on Twitch. I mean, it is, because I feel like when streams are running ads on their own, they probably shouldn't be running pre-roll too, but you know, I suppose that's the point. They get more ads if they can convince people to roll ads on a schedule instead of pre-roll, I suppose. So, super fun. Wow, I love Twitch. I love having to be annoying with ads, even though I'd really rather not. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. But yeah. Wowee, ads. Ooh, my favorite. But I love thinking about this shit when I want to play funny games online, right? It's like, man, I just want to draw and have some people show up to talk to me while I draw. But no, I have to think about revenue that I don't even get more than like once a year at most. Thanks, Twitch. Super cool and great. But Twitch will be Twitch. And I suppose in the scheme of capitalism and everything, the line must always go up. This is what we have to deal with, I guess, to play funny games online. Or draw funny pictures online. I love internet being affected by capitalism so much. I love Twitch having really shit UX design at all times, because they really don't care about UX. Really love that. Super fun. My favorite. Super cool and awesome. yeah, you know. I feel like also, like, I keep trying to convince myself to stream more, because, like, I'm literally not doing anything else most of the time. It's like, this whole thing is this whole thing, I feel like, mentally. It's like, I enjoy streaming when I do it, but oh my god, my brain will make me want to put it off as long as physically possible sometimes. Like, I may as well stream if I'm doing jack shit, right? But it's also like, I'm not doing it today because it's my birthday and I really don't want to, like, worry about it, but it's like, I have a UX design course that I need to catch up on, and I have job applications I need to do. The thing is, I don't know if anyone will actually care half the time I play stuff because I switch games like every hour. I mean, fair enough, I suppose. I mean, I feel like the main reason people will watch a streamer is, like, they'll come for the game and then they'll stay for the streamer. Like, that's the whole thing. Or they'll come for the activity, stay for the streamer, you know. But it's hard to get that. Especially when discoverability things get fucked around with all the time. Thanks, Twitch. So, it's one I've taken to, like, I'll still occasionally do game streams, but I feel like I do a lot better when I'm doing drawing streams, even if I technically will, like, talk less during them. Because, like, obviously when I'm drawing, sometimes I get very into focus mode and just kind of forget to talk, or don't really have much to say. If my voice could stay for 5 minutes, that would be nice. Like, I feel like it's so nice with drawing, because a lot of people will come to drawing streams and either won't mind if it gets quiet because they just have it on in the background while they're drawing, or when they're chilling and they're not really looking for, like, the world's most interesting commentary. And a lot of people come to them to just chat as well, so it's quite nice. I feel like it's a lot less stressful, because I don't feel like I'm the best commentator for games. I'm not the best Let's Player in the world. So I want to do ASMR streams. That's fair. People come for the background noise or the calming of it. Yeah. I feel like they always come with their own, like, any kind of stream you can do will always come with its own set of expectations. But, like, the ones, I find it's easier to just do chill streams where I'm not worried about being overly entertaining. I don't feel like I'm very entertaining when I'm trying to be, you know? I feel like my streams, I don't know. My streams, I feel like, are at their best when I'm just chatting. I'm just chatting and I'm drawing, and that's it. Although, like, I do kind of miss doing, like, stealth game streams, because those were fucking hilarious. Those were very clippable, because I've sort of realized I probably have visual processing issues as well as my auditory processing issues, and that's probably the reason I'm so bad at stealth games. As something I've realized recently. Focusing on entertaining is a dangerous thing. I mean, it's fine to an extent, but it's like, I don't feel like I'm in my element. You know? I feel like I try hard. Also, ad break. So I have the attention of a self-game opponent. I suppose so. It's not even an attention thing. Like, I don't think it's an attention thing. It's just... I don't know. Like, I physically don't register stuff. And I knew I had some auditory processing issues. I've known that for a while. Because that became glaringly obvious at a point. I didn't quite consider the fact that I could also have visual processing disorder, or visual processing issues, I suppose. And then I kind of thought about it, I was like, because, right, most of the, like, there's a good few clips for me playing, like, Dishonored. I feel like it's really obvious in Dishonored, because it's like, there will be an enemy directly in front of me, and I straight up do not process that they're there. There's a good few clips of me doing that. And I'm kind of like, yeah, okay. It is a me problem, but it's also my brain is just a little bit broken, I suppose. There's a part of me that's just now thinking about a reverse stealth game of trying to pay attention to see if somebody is sneaking. Thank you for following, Nintendion. Hope I said that right. I hope so. Nab lives in a Fae problem, which is at best tangential to the human world. It's like, I get it a lot, I just don't notice things. And it's not that I'm not looking. It's not that I'm not looking at all, I physically don't process. Like, I see it, I know what it is. My brain doesn't register it. Like, I can physically see it. I know it's there. But my brain is just like, what do you mean? Wait, what? Fae realm, not problem. Wonder if that's an ADHD thing. I don't think I have ADHD. I'm 99.9% certain I have autism. But, which, you know, obviously processing issues are a thing with autism as well. But I have cross dominance, which is like a more fucked up version of a more fucked up and useless version of ambidexterity. So like I've talked about this before, I'm pretty sure. But so like most of my body is right dominant, but for whatever reason my left eye is dominant instead of my right. And so what that means is that when it comes to processing information, my brain is pinging it to the other side of my fucking brain. And it takes a bit longer. Hello, Suki, thank you. But yeah, so like, I'm aware that cross-dominance also has an increased likelihood of processing issues. So I think it's just a combination of the tism and my brain having to ping information to the other side of it constantly. Could be either or, but more likely both. But yeah, you know, that's always a funny little fact about me, I suppose. But it is something I've noticed. I have a story of one time I went to like, it was like a mixed bar / club thing, because we were bar hopping for one of my friend's birthdays, or two of them. They shared a birthday, and so me and my friends. This was in first year before the pandemic, or well, my first year of uni when I actually went out anywhere, pre-pandemic, and so we went. One of the bars we went to, it was like a mixed bar / club, and when I had left, like I wasn't leaving, but I was like standing outside, and like one of my friends was still inside, so I went to go back in, and like I was getting carded or whatever again, even though I had just been in there. And there were two guys who were like, what's the word? Oh my god, what's the fucking word? Like bodyguarding, I guess. Not bodyguarding, but you know, they were carding people, making sure people are old enough to get in, whatever the word is. It's not coming to me right now. But so they were trying to ask me a question, and it was, I think it was about my age. Bouncers, thank you. I think it was about my age. I don't really remember. This was 3 years ago, so 3 going on 4 years ago. It might have been closer to 4 by this point, actually. They were asking me a question, and I think it was about my age, but like I said, this bar had a club in it. Like, it was part bar, part club. And so the music was fucking loud. And here's the thing, I could physically hear what they were saying. I was stood there for 2 minutes, though. I was stood there for like a good 2 minutes, just asking them to repeat the question. Because even though I could physically hear what they were saying, I could not process what they were actually asking me. Because, like, it was so fucking loud. There was just, like, I could hear their voices, I could technically hear what they were saying. My brain would just not register it, though. Probably hence why I do not remember what they were actually asking me, because I never quite figured it out. Because I was just standing there waiting for my friend to come out. And it got to the point where they were asking me, like, do you speak English? I'm just like, oh, this, like, that part I heard fucking clearly. I was so fucking embarrassed, though. It was so embarrassing. It's like, I have processing issues, I'm sorry. Although I think what I said to them was I had hearing issues, because that was, like, the best way I could word it. To prep for uni tomorrow, talk to you later, and happy birthday again. Okay, good luck with uni tomorrow. I hope you don't have any super stressful classes or anything. Thank you for the raid again. Oh, I should probably do is a shout out. If I can remember how to shout someone out. Will this work? No. Hold on. Oh, no, there it goes. There we go. Okay. That is the correct thing. There we go. Yeah, that was a thing about me, I suppose. Yeah. It does become very funny, though, in comparison to, because I've also realized in the past few years, because I've talked to people who've been like, that's odd, I don't get that with this. But, I also have, like, sound sensitivity. I've realized. Mostly around, like, alarms. I, like fire alarms or, ambulances or police sirens or whatever. Fucking hate them. Fire engines. I know the alarms are supposed to be loud. The sirens are supposed to be really loud. That's the point. They're physically painful for me, though. And I remember talking to someone a while ago, I think it might have been on stream, even, who was like, yeah, no, most people don't find those physically painful. I was like, well, that makes me... Because, you know, I had noticed that most people don't need to cover their ears when a siren goes past them for half a second. But, you know, part of me was kind of hoping that it was just me being a little dramatic. But no, it's because it's actually painful. And I'm remembering this right now because, I had a meeting this morning, for, like, job searching shit. Not the most exciting by any means, but, you know, it was fine. And they had an alarm test. They had a fire alarm test while I was there. And it was physically fucking painful. And of course no one around me was reacting in the same way. I was like, okay. Clearly this is a me problem. you know, gets me out of the building, I suppose, but I don't think it's supposed to be physically painful. So, you know, funny, silly things. I'm trying to figure out, like, where things go at this angle. Oh, shush, email. You don't have to give me notifications for that shit. Go away. Oh my god, stop. Can't see it because obviously I don't make it so that you can see it in any capacity, but it's very annoying. Gets a little in the way even. I had to blow my nose there. I was doing very funny things to my model's face while I was doing it. Very interesting. Like, okay. Okay. Okay, VTube Studio, go off. It's always funny when I'm like, when my face is slightly obscured and VTube Studio just does not know what to do with it. Doesn't know how to cope at all. It's always interesting. Yeah, on a fun note, I have my first session of a Poké-Roll game tomorrow, which is like a Pokemon tabletop, because I have a tabletop hyperfixation for people who are new. And so I'm very excited for that. It is a slightly modded version of the system because the GM has played it before and was like, yeah, we don't think it was play tested, so I've changed some stuff. And we'll see how that goes. Gasp, TTRPGs, you say? Yes. I also have my first session of a Warhammer Wrath and Glory mini campaign on Sunday. And then the week after, the session the week after is going to be the first session of a 5e campaign. That'll be more long-term. It's with the same group as with Coda, but we're on hiatus with that game because the GM for it got very burnt out, so we're like, okay. Yeah, I'm very excited. I've never played Warhammer. Not tabletops, anyway. I've played a little bit of Darktide. So I know a teeny tiny bit, but not a lot. Although we were reassured that it's not a particularly complicated system gameplay-wise, which I suppose remains to be seen, but if it sounds like it's basically the same as with Poké-Roll, though. Both are like D20, D6 systems. So it sounds like they'll play very similarly, which is quite funny. In terms of like what we're rolling. But I'm quite excited. I wasn't initially sure about it, because you know, I haven't played Warhammer, but like I was the one to kind of I encouraged the GM, who is the same GM, but like he's because he has a Warhammer hyperfixation. He was like, maybe I should like try doing a Warhammer one shot to try and like ease myself back into DMing. And I was like, yeah, sure, go for it. I don't know shit about Warhammer, but I mean, you can. It's not like we're doing much else right now. So that's quite exciting. The character I've made is, I've really made it difficult for myself for like my first character, I feel like, because I always pull this shit. But I made my character is a pariah. Which, you know, means... I mean, it's well situated for the situation, for, like, the thing that we're actually doing in the campaign. But it does mean that, like, he's not going to be a well-liked character by anyone, which is fine. I feel like it's going to be quite funny. Because the way I've made this character is, first of all, he's like a cowboy. But also, he's basically, he finds it funny to be annoying to people. Because he's like, if people are gonna hate me anyway, I'm just going to be really annoying on purpose. I want you to hate me on my own merit, not because I happen to be a pariah. And by God does he achieve it. So I'm quite excited about that. I also took the jargon skill, which I find really fucking funny. So, like, I was picking out, what to use my spare XP on. So I was looking through all the talents, and it was like, there's the ones that are optimal for what you're actually playing. The jargon skill, like speaking a whole bunch of jargon. But I saw the jargon skill, I was like, that is so fucking funny, I have to take it. Like, so what it does, what the jargon skill does, is it basically, your character basically has hyperfixations and just starts rambling about them. And so, if the character you're rambling to also has an interest in the topic, and you succeed on the roll, they'll like meet the conversation where you're at. You'll just chat about it for ages, and they'll really like you, or they'll like you more anyway. If they don't know, this is the funniest part of it. If the character you're talking to and using the skill on doesn't know anything about the topic you're talking about, they will, and you succeed on the check, they will basically be stuck in a conversation with you for like 20 minutes because they can't find an exit to the conversation and they have no clue what you're going on about. It's so fucking funny. Reminded of looking through a new system or one of the archetypes your character can fill is would rather be reading a book. It's not even like this. It's literally just, it's literally like autistic hyperfixation as a skill, and I found it so fucking funny, and I was like, I have to take that. Even if it, like, it makes, like, it's not like it doesn't make sense for my character. What system am I talking about? Warhammer Wrath and Glory. It's so funny. Oh my god. Like, I felt very obligated to take it. It's like, it's not particularly optimal for my character because, he has higher roles to succeed for, like, talking to other people because he's a pariah. But it's so fucking funny. I had to take it. I couldn't not take it. It's like, I'll get experience for, like, actual useful skills later, but this is so funny. And it's not like it's useless. Like, it's just harder for me to make the skill check. But it's still funny. To be fair, I think I'd have a similar reaction. Like, I was like, fuck everything else I'm taking. Like, I'm dropping all those so I can have the experience to take this one. If not going for the full extreme of building a character around it. I mean, yeah, it was, I wasn't building a character around it because, like, I already had the rest of my character built. It was really just like, I have spare XP, I should use it. But yeah, it's like, I needed it. Just a very objectively funny skill. I mean, it technically fits his character. Because, like, part of what I've put in his backstory is that, like, one of the main complaints people have about him, because, like, he tries to make people dislike him on his own merit, rather than, because he's a pariah. So one of the main complaints people have about working with him, because, like, the only reason he's even alive at this point is because he's useful. Which is unfortunate for everyone around him. Because what he does is he ends up being extremely chatty. Like, he's super talkative, he's very annoying. On purpose, by design. Like, he knows he's annoying, he's doing it on purpose. Some people realize that, but most are just so caught up in hating him. But so, yeah, I'm very excited. I think one of the first lines I put in his backstory was because he's a pariah. So, like, the thing about pariahs in Warhammer 40k is that, like, because they're unaffected by the warp, they're basically considered to not have souls, and, like, people immediately get a very uncomfortable feeling about them. And so what happens to a lot of kids who are pariahs in universe is they get abandoned, like, immediately. And so, like, of course this happened with him, and so the first line I have in his backstory, I think, was like, when he was born, he was abandoned almost immediately because of his bad vibes TM. Because that's basically what it is. He has such bad vibes. It's not his fault. It's not anything wrong with him. Well, it is something wrong with him, technically. But, like, not by his choice. One of the characters I'm playing is a diplomatically trained captain that wants to own a planet one day. Ah. It's like, yeah, I'm very excited. Like, I saw, even before we had the description for the campaign, which, like, retroactively makes this, like, an actual valid choice. Actually quite useful. Because, like, the entire idea of this mini-campaign is that, there's been, like, a rift opened in the warp, and that we need to cross it to get an artifact to try and close it. Or, well, to try and make an entire ship immune. So it's like, it makes sense for them to shove a pariah in. Because it's like, if I'm not gonna get affected by demons to the same like, I can't be possessed by demons. Demons probably can't even see me unless they're in the same realm. But, like, they're not gonna target me. And, like, psychers and whatever, like, aren't gonna do anything either. Like, they can't directly, like, I can't be directly affected by warp phenomena. So it makes sense, like, in universe, it completely makes sense that they would put a pariah on this mission, along with, like, other people that they might actually like to some extent. Like, completely makes sense, and, like, I had already decided that I wanted to play a pariah before this, but it was just like, I have, like, a proper justification now, because this is actually going to be quite useful. If I'm the one person who isn't going to be affected. Of course it has its downsides, but that's fine. I think it's funny to have other people hate a character you're playing in an instance like this. But yeah, so I'm quite excited for it. Yeah. I think it's so funny as a character concept. Autistic cowboy. His name is Nil, also. Which is it's a bit of a riff on Null, which is one of the other names for pariahs. And it also makes sense, because, I have, like, a whole justification for why he got called Nil, was because he never got given a name because he was abandoned at birth. And got taken into, like, a shitty little orphanage. Sorry, I'm, like, hyperfixation rambling right now. I'm so sorry. But this is my stream. I get to do what I want. It's my birthday. It's my birthday, and I get to talk about my funny little goobers. Yeah, sorry, Chell, you have to deal with it too. But yeah, so like he was taken into an orphanage, and they only called him the Null. Like the adults there only called him the Null. But all the other kids there, like the other kids didn't like him either. But like they like being very young kids would just start calling him Nil instead, because you know, like they're little, they don't know words. They just come up with the closest fucking approximation. And so Nil stuck, that's his name now. I'm not even all that invested in Warhammer, but I do get invested in my own little goobers. I promised myself I wasn't gonna get all that invested in him because it's just for a mini campaign, but I got invested. Like, once I had to write his backstory, it was over. But yeah, I had to write 2 full backstories this week though. Because everything's so close together. But yeah, I'm very excited for Poker World tomorrow as well. I'm very happy with my character. And the GM did thank me for coming up with a character that was based in Pokemon context because Pokemon contests. Because apparently they did a whole thing to rework the system, and they were so worried that no one was gonna end up using it. But I will use it. I gotcha. I gotcha, GM. I'm gonna put Chell to bed. It's 10 p.m, so it's about time anyway. Hold on. No more grumpy. No more grumpy. I can always tell when he wants to go to bed because he just starts screaming at me. I've realized it does in fact mean that he's tired and he wants to sleep. He's literally a toddler. My fucking budgie is a toddler. And he will let me know. But yeah, so I'm not gonna say too much about my Pokerol girl right now, because I mean I don't know how it's gonna end up changing, but she's like a slightly catty, she's basically a dance mom's kid, but for Pokemon contests. If you get what I mean. Like, batshit childhood and all. I mean, it wasn't like severely batshit, but like, you know, maybe not the best environment to raise a child into, sort of thing. So she's fun, she's interesting. And I have the entire rest of the group convinced that she's just kind of a bitch. Because like the way I've been introducing her is that she's like a slightly catty Pokemon contest competitor. I have not elaborated on like why she's that way because we haven't even started. But I'm excited. Because I think even though she's a bit of a bitch, she's catty, but like I think she is sympathetic when you actually know what's going on with her. So I'm very excited. I like making very nuanced characters, and I really like dealing with trauma in their backstories. I feel like it's such an interesting thing to just do research into how trauma affects people. It's like a weird little hyperfixation. I find the topic really interesting, I suppose. I mean, I always have, but like, I think it really kicked off with Coda, because I had to do quite a lot of research into it, and like, I've always been interested in the topic, but Like, I feel like I've got quite a good grasp on how it affects people. I think it's really interesting, and you know, obviously horrible circumstances, but like trauma isn't necessarily always like terrible, horrific circumstances. Like, it's surprising, like the amount of things that can have like a trauma reaction from people. It's like, you might not find something traumatic, but like it will be very much so to another person. And you know, like all sorts of trauma ends up getting minimized because it's like not enough for some people. And they'll like judge it. I don't know. I feel like it's very interesting to think about. It's such a neglected topic as well. Like, not that people don't talk about trauma a lot, but like I feel like a nuanced understanding of it is quite rare to hear. I don't know. It's like a lot of people don't know what like CPTSD is compared to normal PTSD. Like people just don't know. Like people don't know about attachment issues as well, which is like really common. Like trauma responses are really fucking common, but like people just don't recognize it. It's kind of crazy. Just like this happens all the time, and yet like people don't talk about it. And I suppose it goes along with like mental health not like only getting so much attention in like specific areas. You know, people will be like, oh, I'm a mental health advocate, but then like will demean people who have personality disorders and shit. It's just like, okay. But it's very interesting. It's a difficult topic as well, but I think it's quite, I don't know, I just find it very fascinating. I like exploring it a lot. Maybe it's me working through some of my own issues to some extent. But yeah, funky. Yeah. So I'm very excited for both of those games. Well, for all three of those games, but the other one is going to be next weekend. So that one I'm very excited about as well. But I've had a lot more time to plan out that character, I suppose. So that's a 5e game. It's like, I knew what I wanted to do like a full month and a half ago when we were first talking about playing it. It's gonna be interesting because like I suppose the concept for the campaign was like that we were supposed to be heroes, but it seems like there's maybe like 2 characters in the group that are like somewhat neutral at best. Because we have 2 necromancers, my character included, like of different flavors, different kinds of necromancer. We got 2 different necromancers, both of whom we know for a fact are gonna be very morally bankrupt because of circumstances. Like myself and the player who has that other necromancer, we independently decided to play necromancers. We had no idea of the other one until we were talking about it like a day after. Not the day after the session 0 or anything, but I mean like the day after like it was decided we were gonna do this campaign. But like completely independently decided to play necromancers of 2 different kinds. But there's other similarities as well that I'm not gonna get into. It's so fucking funny. But for context, like, the one thing I will say is both of them. The other necromancer is like a wizard necromancer. I am playing a death cleric. And both of them worship two different members of the Dead Three. So it's just like, oh, our party, like, the morality of our party as a whole is already going to be so fucking skewed. And then during session 0, like, we found out, one of the other characters is gonna be a really, like, chaotic, neutral artificer who just wants to blow stuff up, and make things that go boom. We have a bard who I think is also, a charlatan, which my character is also a charlatan. And then we have a gunslinger fighter. Well, he's not a gunslinger yet, because they're only level 2. But, like, we have a fighter who I think is the only... I think they're supposed to be lawful neutral. And they're the only somewhat trending towards the upper side of the moral compass. They're the only one. Which is gonna be so fucking funny. It's like, oh god. We're supposed to be good guys? No. We're... Almost all of us are definitely, like, in this for the wrong reasons. Like, this is gonna be interesting. Because even with the other campaign, like, it wasn't... Like, the thing with the other campaign was, it wasn't necessarily that any of us were evil. None of us are evil. But we are kind of morally very neutral. You know, doing bad shit for good reasons, sort of thing. So it's gonna be, a little different, I suppose. But, like, it's been a while since I've played, like, an actual evil-aligned character. I think Virial was the last one that was, like, properly evil-aligned. Everyone else has been kind of neutral. Or even good. Some of them have been good. Like, Coda is true neutral. Haka was, I think, chaotic good. Kind of trended towards neutral at the end, just due to all the trauma of everything. But, like, wasn't a bad kid by any means. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. But yeah, it's just... So in comparison, like, this party is gonna be so much more skewed towards evil. Like, the entire thing is, like, I think we're supposed to be trying to, like, find something that was stolen. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. It was like, very much supposed to be like, ah, yes, good campaign, and then everyone independently went, no, we are all awful. Oh, and we also have, I think, a chaotic neutral, goblin druid as well. I forgot about that one. Even though I drew that one. But we're gonna be so fucking morally skewed. I have to laugh. It's just independently of each other, we were all like, we're going to go batshit. So yeah, that's very fun. I'm looking forward to that as well. That's gonna go so off the rails. I'm not convinced we're gonna be able to stay on track. Even if we do stay on track, I don't think we're hardly gonna be saviors, you know? I think we're almost gonna have a paladin as well. I think. I'm not entirely sure on that. But the player that was thinking of playing a paladin instead with a fighter, I kind of wish he had gone with the paladin though, because that would have been really funny. Just with the double necromancer thing. But you know, it be how it be. I can work with a drow fighter. Yeah. I had to do a second roll for all of my stats. A second set of rolls for all of my stats because I kid you not, my rolls the first time, my first set of rolls, I don't think any of them initially went above like 13. But one of them was a 4. Like, not a +4, like 4 in the stat. Which was at the point of just like, just re-roll them all. Just, like, that's so bad, like, you're not gonna be able to do fucking anything. Just like, ugh, why does D&D, why do the D&D gods hate when I play clerics? Because this happened with my last cleric as well. Not quite as severely, but like, pretty fucking bad. I don't know what it is. It just always, when I roll stats for cleric characters particularly, I always get really shit rolls. I don't know what's up with it. The dice gods just fucking hate when I play clerics, I guess. Yeah, like, if I had to play as a cleric with a 4 in one of my stats, not a +4, a 4 in one of the stats, which I don't even know what kind of minus that is. I don't remember off the top of my head. Like, holy fucking shit. What is that? What would be the modifier for that? That would be the -3, I think. It's just not on. Like, just, oh. Exceptionally terrible rolls on that one. I was ready to just fucking cry when I rolled that, 'cause like, oh my god. It was literally 3 nat 1s and a 2 on that roll. You know, dropped the lowest. We were watching the rolls and we're just like, oh no. Just, no. Oh. Pain. Yeah. The dice gods simply hate when I roll for stats. My second set of rolls were significantly better though. It was mostly +1s, but I think I managed to get a +4 for my wisdom and a +3 for my constitution, I think. I think it was a +3, which I was happy with. And everything else was a +1, which is also acceptable. It would have been a +0 for one of them, but I shoved the +0 into a stat that I was gonna get a +1 modifier in, so it evened out. Which was my dump stat. It was just like, okay, well, you go in there. I don't need charisma in this character. This looks a little funny. That's fine. In between movement. Her head looks too big, but it's fine. It's just an in-between, so whatever. It's a little goofy silly. There's so much phlegm. I don't like being sick. I wanted to stream in the past couple of days, but like it was just so, like, I wasn't super ultra sick, but it was like enough where it's just like I'm just gonna feel like way too gross to stream. Like there's no point. So I didn't. I mean, I've streamed while sick before, but it wasn't like a supremely fun experience. So it's just like, I'll just wait. I'll just wait until I'm a little bit better. It was so annoying though, because on Sunday when we were doing our session 0, one of my friends, like, I started getting sniffly, and one of my friends was like, "You sound really sick." I was like, no, it's just like my allergies acting up. And then I woke up the next morning, I was like, oh, no, I'm sick. Never mind, I guess I'm sick. You were right. Sigh. I hate being proved wrong. I did legitimately think it was just allergies initially, though. Cause like I get sniffly when my allergies are acting up. I started sniffling after I took the dog out, which, like, I am in fact allergic to the dog. So I legitimately thought it was that, and then it was just like, no, okay, never mind. No longer allergies. Oops. Oh, I just realized I forgot to change the stream topic. Fuck. Whoops. My bad. I always forget. I change stream topics so infrequently. I never remember to do it. Whoops. I mean, I guess technically it was chatting, but like, still. It's not been just chatting for like the past hour. Oopsie. What's this? Okay, this will be fine, probably. Oh, tell you what I did get today, because I haven't gotten any like physical gifts because my family's coming over on Saturday. We couldn't do middle of the week because, you know, they're working. So they're all coming over on Saturday. So I only got like digital gifts. But I did buy myself there's a D&D magazine that started running here. I don't know if it's running anywhere else, but it started running here. It's on its second like release, I guess. What's it called? Second volume, I guess. I saw it a few days ago. I was like, it's a $5, which I mean is technically fine. It comes with dice, like it has a one-shot. I was mostly interested in the one-shot, to be honest. Like it has stuff about D&D mechanics, but it's like I already know the mechanics. It's not very That's not particularly important to me. I kind of don't care. But I had one shot, like a full plan for a one shot, or like a session, like either or, depending. It came with like a map and everything. I was looking at it a few days ago. I was like, I kind of want to get it, but also like I'm not like I'm not particularly like spare on money right now. But I was like, you know what? Like I'll wait. I'll get it on my birthday. Because I do kind of want it. I want to see if it's any good. One shot's decent. Like, I had to read through it, and I was like, oh, yeah, I could totally run that. Because I haven't run a D&D one-shot before. I've run one-shots for, like, smaller systems, but, like, my thing with D&D was always just, like, it's a lot of stuff to account for, I feel like. I just don't always have the mental energy to plan a full one-shot, so I'm like, I want to get, like, pre-made one-shots to run. Because I find it very difficult. I could probably do like a campaign. Like, I think I would be able to plan that if I wanted to. But like a one shot is just like, it's a lot. I feel like it's quite a lot. I don't know why. I feel like one shots are harder to plan than a session for a campaign, you know? I don't know if that's just a me thing. I mean, I haven't run a campaign, but like I've done a little bit of like idea generation for it and like thinking about like how I would run it. It's like I can think of how to, like, all of the sessions I've been in, like some of them have been incredibly lax, and it feels like sometimes you can go in with a little less going on, you know? But like a one shot, like I feel like you have to be a lot more active with, because it's a one shot, or sometimes it becomes a two shot depending on like how much your players can get through. But like I feel like it's so much harder because like you have a single session, maybe two, to keep players engaged in, and you can't just, like, you don't have enough time to develop characters in one shot unless you're using the same characters over and over again for one shots, I suppose. Which at that point is just like a very spaced out campaign. But like, or a very contained campaign, I suppose. But like, I don't know, I feel like it's so much harder to plan a one-shot sometimes. It's so much, like, I don't know if it's just me pressuring myself a lot more, to be like, I need to make sure they're having a good time the whole way through, like, they need to be engaged with the content around them, because they don't have free time. Like, free time isn't a thing in a one-shot. I feel like it feels a lot harder to me. So I'm like, I want to have pre-made one-shots that I can run so that I can practice DMing. Because I've only recently started doing any DM stuff whatsoever. I do prefer being a player, though, I think. But like, it's nice to DM sometimes. I'd like to be able to DM other tabletops as well. I'm getting into other tabletops. And like, I want to be able to run for people who maybe don't know how to play tabletops so much. You know, just so they can get like a little taste. It's just, yeah, I feel like it's quite hard. I find it quite difficult to plan one-shots. So I'm just like, I don't know if this is any good. I don't really have time to like do a trial run or anything. You know, I feel like with a campaign you have like a little bit of leeway to be like, oh yeah, I'm still learning how to DM. Like, it doesn't have to be super amazing all the time. But like, one-shots feel like a lot of pressure. So, I was very interested in grabbing that pre-made one-shot, and it looks like a good bit of fun. And also kind of like, it really shows, the first time I DM'd anything was a couple months ago. I DM'd I GM'd more so a 100 Goblins one-shot, and I really overplanned it. Second time I GM'd was like a month ago, with a honey heist game, which I did a lot more lax preparation. I did not over prepare anywhere near as much. I basically only had what I needed, which was a lot smarter. That felt a lot more fun to me, at least. It was like, okay, I'm not as stressed out. Like, it's like, I can improvise other shit. I'm good at improvising. I don't know why I got so much of a stick up my ass when I was planning out my goblin one-shot, to be honest. I learned a lesson, though. I certainly learned a lesson. I'm going to go onto the BRB screen real quick, just because I really need the bathroom. I will be back in a few minutes. Be good. Behave yourselves. Okay, I hope I timed that well. I actually got back like half a minute ago, but I saw that the ad break was going, so I wanted to wait. So hopefully I timed that okay. But hi, I'm back. um, but I got reminded of so I mentioned earlier I had like an appointment this morning. It was for like employability stuff. Because I've been having trouble. Even though, like, I have a first-class honors degree, I shouldn't be having this much trouble. But I am. And we were talking about just, like, because, like, everyone I've talked to in, like, both, like, Universal Credit and now in Youth Employability Services has been, like, your CV's good. Like, you have a good CV. And, like, you're very qualified. Like, you shouldn't be having this much trouble, like, finding a job. I was like, I'm glad it's not me. Like, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm just not getting anything. But we were talking during my meeting. I like, this has kind of popped up in my head recently, because, like, I feel like, because obviously I'm applying for, like, entry-level basic jobs, because I'm just like, I just want a basic job that I can basically drop in at a moment's notice if something, like, actually related to my degree shows up. You know? Like, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, I don't mind staying, like, I wouldn't mind, like, a cafe job or something. But, like, I had the thought pop into my head of, like, because those are the jobs that I haven't been hearing back from, for the most part. And I'm starting to, like, I had the thought pop into my head of, like, am I just having that whole issue of being overqualified now? Are they looking at my CV and being like, oh, this person is too overqualified for this job? Or, like, and so, like, I was talking about it, with the person I was having my meeting with. Like, I didn't bring up that I thought I was overqualified, but, like, I mentioned that, like, those, like, weirdly enough, like, those entry level, like, basic jobs, like, that people get when they're in college and stuff, like, are the ones I haven't been hearing back from. And, like, she was like, I wonder if they're thinking you're overqualified. I'm like, I'm starting to think that might be the case. Because, like, I've been applying to jobs like this for months now. I'm like, I haven't gotten a bite. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's not like there's a lack of these jobs, but, like, I'm just not getting anything back, like, at all. Like, I've started getting a few back, but it's spotty, and it's just like, what the like, it's not anything with my CV. It's not anything with my portfolio. It's not anything with, like, my applications. What the fuck is going on? It's such a stupid issue to have. Just like, oh, you're too overqualified to do this basic job. It's just like, if I was too good for this job, I wouldn't be fucking applying. I'm applying because I need a job. Why is this a thing that you will throw away an application for? What? It's such a stupid issue. It's so frustrating as well. It's just like, I wouldn't be applying if I didn't want the job. Like, goddamn, like... Like, I keep being asked, like, oh, would you want to do, like, other qualifications? I'm like, I mean, I'm doing other stuff, but, like, already, it's like, it's not like I haven't thought about, like, a teaching qualification. I don't know if I'd be any good at teaching, though. Like, not that I'm against it, but, like, I don't know if I'd be in much better of a situation, you know? Like, it's such a silly... It's so silly. But, like, it feels very irritating as well. It's like, obviously, like, I'm starting to feel a bit better about it now that, like, I know it's not my fault. Knowing it's not my fault. is quite nice. It's like, I changed my CV. Like, everyone's been like, yeah, your CV's good. Like, there's nothing wrong with your CV. So it's not that. They're not just like dismissing you because of your CV. But no, it's just like, what the fuck? It's like, if I have the qualifications, even if I'm technically, like, should I just be applying to higher positions? I'm starting, like, I don't know. Why is the job market like this? Very frustrating. That's how my life has been going recently. I'm just like, why is it like this? Very interesting issue. Like, I had it on my mind because, like, I'd been seeing stuff about people, like, getting rejected because they were overqualified. It's like, I haven't been getting told why I'm being rejected. Or, like, I'm not even getting a response back. I don't think they're even looking at the notifications. But it's like, the ones that have tests, like, I've been doing well on the tests that they give for, like, writing and, like, even customer service and data entry stuff, even though I don't have any, like, training in that stuff. But they'll still be like, no. I'm just like, okay. Why? What? It's fucked up, guys. It's so fucked up. Yeah. It be how it be. I'm just kind of sitting here doing nothing in the meantime. It's just like, okay. I do have a course I should probably be working through more, though. For UX design. Which might, if I can finish that, might land me with some more stuff. Since I know that's in demand. I'm just like tapping on the walls, on the windows, just like, please let me in. Please someone let me in. It's very cold out here. I'd like to not be on a pittance allowance. You know? Oh, no one wants to work, no one wants to hire. Please, like, I've been applying for like 5 months now. To all sorts of places. Just like, man. I don't understand. I do not understand. Very frustrating though. But it's just kind of like, okay, well, I'm at least fine in the meantime now, I guess. Even if it is scraping by, but it's something. Like, okay. Well, I guess. Guess I'll just die. You know. Okay. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck's up. It's just a pain. Pain. Yeah. The whole thing of just like, oh, you're too overqualified for this job is so fucking annoying though. It's like, okay, well, no. Nuh-uh. Fuck you mean nuh-uh. It's like, it's just all this. I feel like that just summarizes it. Just Nuh-uh. The fuck you mean, nuh-uh? No, you're too overqualified. What does that even mean? Like, is it just like, oh, you think I'm gonna move on really fast? Yeah, everyone fucking moves on. That's kind of the whole thing. Like, with a minimum wage job. Like, oh, we don't want people to stay in a minimum wage job for their whole life. But also, if we have any reason to believe you might leave within the next couple of years, no. It's like, which one is it? Which one fucking is it? It's just annoying. Very irritating. You know. I guess I'll just keep applying until something comes back to me eventually. Although I did apply for like a apprenticeship thing. Or, well, paid internship, I think it technically was. Should be in February. So I think I'm gonna, I don't know, I really hope I get into that. I should technically. Like, I don't see a reason why I wouldn't be able to get it. I very much hope. I don't know when they plan to get back to people about it, but they only just opened applications for it. So I applied for it. I was like, this would be like my most ideal thing. But I would like to, like, it is seasonal job season, so I'm probably gonna shift focus to applying to seasonal work. Cause like, if I can get that placement, then it's like, I'll just need like a little, even part-time thing. Cause you know, I am on, I'm on universal credit because like I haven't been able to find a job, which is really fucking annoying. It wasn't exactly preferred, but it was like, I need money to survive, so here we are. But the nice thing with it is, even if I take a part-time job, if it doesn't pay enough for me to like live off of by itself, they'll pay the difference with universal credit. Just like, okay, that makes it a bit more viable, even if it's less ideal. But I would prefer full-time work. You know, I'll take seasonal stuff, I guess. You know, seasonal part-time stuff, like, that's fine. I'll take it if I can get it. If they won't, like, unconsider me for having a degree, God forbid. God forbid I be educated. Yeah, just very, very irritating little thing. I'm just like, if I thought my degree made me too good for your job, why would I be applying for it? What is the logic? I'm applying for a reason. Like, what the fuck? So anyway, that's my life recently. So much. So many job applications. Oh my god. What is my family DMing me about? I think I got 4 messages from them. Okay, just stuff about people on Tumblr, I guess. Okay. Not urgent or anything. Just a little ramble. Which is fine. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. I'm still kind of deciding if I want to have this like fully on 2s or if I'm fine with it being somewhat on 4s. Because I don't mind mixed frame rates. I just want to have it like cleaned up by the I think portfolio day is the 11th? No. What day is portfolio day? It's the 10th, I think. I think it's the 10th. I should probably double check that. The 11th is a Wednesday. I know that because I have a job interview on that day. So yeah, portfolio day is usually on a Tuesday, so it should be the 10th. I'm doing maths in my brain. So much maths in my brain. Yeah. By all logic, that should be the case. Wait. Oh yeah, I guess it was this one. Huh. Whoops. I was wondering why that just like jolted there. Because there's no in between. I guess changing the ad settings hasn't really changed it properly, huh? Not until next stream, I guess. So I guess it's just stuck at every 20 minutes for the stream. God damn it. Okay, thanks Twitch. Thanks Twitch for my little tiny pittance of change, I guess, for it. Huh? Huh? Oh! Haru! Haru! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, welcome everyone! Hold on, let me shut you out since I remember to right now. Oh! And VVVdet! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for the raid as well! Let me shout out both of you. And remembering how to shout out with my own command. And go figure, fucking ad break goes off right at that moment. Thank you for the birthday wishes, thank you for the raids. Hopefully the ad breaks are not too disruptive. It's not the best timing for that. Suppose I'll wait a little moment. At least they're only a minute long. I don't know how many of you actually got caught up in it. I'm kind of hoping it's just being a little funky. But, it's gonna be funky with, just this little bit showing for this frame. Yes, how are your streams? I can only assume you guys were streaming together in some. You usually miss ads for a minute or two if you join in for a raid. Okay, cool. I don't raid a lot, so you're free. That's good. We was yes. In ad purgatory but happy birthday. So some people didn't get affected by it, some did. That's fine. But that should be it over. Yes, welcome. How are your streams? Are you guys playing Dead by Daylight together? And Flee. Yes. Freedom! Yeah, how did that go? How did you do? Did you win? Are you winning? Were you winning? We were suffering and making killers suffer. Equal suffering on all parts then. Chaotic? I haven't played Dead by Daylight, so I know only the amount. I'm just the friend, Steve. I see. I only know the amount that I've witnessed from, like, brief clips. Yes, I suppose I will show what I am currently working on. Miku, Uyu, and Meloetta, of course. I'm currently working on in-betweening Meloetta. Or, well, first set of in-betweens. Miku still needs some in-betweens as well. You must get out to bed. Good night, have fun, good luck. Thank you. Sleep well. I suppose it is getting pretty late, huh? Not that late, but, you know. Yeah, I'm currently working through Meloetta's in-betweens. So I'm on this frame right now. I just started this frame. I'm gonna hide Miku again, because she kind of just gets in the way right now. But once I've done my first pass of in-betweens for Meloetta, which may or may not be this stream, I'm gonna go back and do some of the extra little ones for Miku, which are not quite as important. At least I think, anyway. We'll see how it looks. Yeah. Just chilling, chatting, animating. Trying not to make my hands suffer in doing so. Loving the model, by the way. Thank you. Just a smug. Such a smug model. I am incapable of making my models not smug, I think. They must all be smug, just by default. It's not even on purpose, it's just kind of how it works out. I'm not even a smug person, it's just like very easy to smugify. But yeah, just vibing. But yeah, I was just talking about job searching, which is very funny. It's not. I'm having trouble for some reason, because we're starting to think that it might be that that jobs are thinking I'm overqualified now, which is a pain in the ass. Because, like, nothing is fundamentally wrong with how I'm applying, is the weird thing. So yeah, that's what I was talking about before those raids. Very fun. Not really, but such is life. Yeah. In the meantime, I will just work on portfolio stuff, I suppose, is what I'm doing. Animating. And I want to have this one at least as done as it's gonna get by portfolio day, so I can make a new version of my showreel again. Like, I keep having to make new versions of it, but I want to have this version in it, or this animation in it. I want to promote this animation during portfolio day. Even though portfolio day is kind of maybe not as effective as it was because of Twitter fiascoing. Yippee! You know, still nice to have, I think. I don't know if it would work on YouTube. Why is my phone going off? Excuse you? What is this? Okay, thanks Ichio for the random email. Okay, why? Right, nay. Good night. Also for all the raiders who are sticking around. Be warned, I'm a little sniffly. I'm getting over a cold. I'm feeling significantly better than I was the past couple of days. It's just a very unfortunate timing of a cold. But I'm a bit sniffly still. So, you know, just fair warning. But I am feeling significantly better. I don't have the most functional sinuses in the world. I suppose is the best way I can say that. So. Just a warning if I like suddenly mute and my model starts spasming out, it's because I'm blowing my nose. Because it sounds really gross and I don't want to do that with the microphone on. So, yeah. Just an FYI. The human genome, the worst code base in the known universe. Yeah. I got very super lucky. I'm actually surprised that my cough didn't get set off. Although if I had a cough, because I normally have a chronic cough, it's actually been better than usual. Entirely comprehensible, lots of bugs, and too many forks for its own good. Yeah. Like, everyone who's been to my streams on, like, a semi-regular basis will know I have a chronic cough. Sometimes it's better than others. Right now, it's probably about as good as it can be, which is, like, an occasional throat clearing. Because I have chronic non-allergic rhinitis, so it's just like that. It gives me post-nasal drip and stuff, and it just makes me cough a lot. If I had a cough with it, I probably would have actually, like, done a COVID test. Because I would have been more concerned. But it was, like, I woke up, my friend had told me, like, the night before, like, while we were having a session 0, he was like, you're sniffling a lot, you sound kind of sick. I was like, no, I think it's just allergies, because, like, I was taking the dog out just before now, and I'm allergic to the dog, and, like, it makes me all sniffly, sometimes, and then I woke up the next morning and was like, no, I'm sick, okay. You know, like, when you wake up and you immediately, you just kind of know, it was that sort of thing. It wasn't as bad as the last time I woke up sick. But it was just like, it was just a sniffle, and it was like, okay, this isn't that bad. I'm kind of not worried about it being COVID, because, like, I know, as far as I'm aware, I haven't had COVID. It's possible I had it, like, in the first year before, at-home lateral flow tests were available, but, like, there's literally no way for me to know at this point. But, like, I know nowadays, like, the current COVID, I'm aware it's more, or at least the last I checked, is closer to, like, meningitis symptoms. Like, body soreness, body aches, than it is, like, a flu. Well, it's a little flu-like still. But, like, I know it's more body ache now. And I didn't have that. Like, I only had sniffles. So it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure it's just a cold. So I didn't even fucking bother. It seems like it's holding true, because, like, I had it for 2 days, and then today, like, where I'm coming down from it, like, pretty much everything is gone. Like, it's just a little bit of a blocked nose still, you know? But, like, yesterday and the day before, especially on Monday, like, I felt ill, you know? It was like, your brain's all gooey and foggy. Like, I always get that with colds anyway. I was just like, I feel like shit. Standard, but, like, not anything, like, super concerning. Although, like, whenever I've gone out, like, since I came down with it on Monday, like, I have been wearing a mask because I'm just, like, not even out of, like, COVID reasons, just, like, I'm sick, I don't want to, like, get anyone else sick if I can help it. I still have disposable masks around. I need to get more now, though, I've ran out. I know my flatmate has some, but I was like, yeah, like, I just want to be considerate about it, because, like, I'm sick, I know I'm sick, but I do need to go out, and I need to get stuff, unfortunately. I need to do stuff. Fortunately, I still have to be an adult. I have to go to work. Except it's not work, it's just, like, other shit. It's like, yeah. So not even for COVID reasons, but it's like, because I feel like, at this point, it's like, I don't understand how people, like, at this point, like, now that it's really common to be able to get masks, like, disposable masks, I don't, like, everyone has a mask. Like, you cannot convince me that you don't own at least one mask. Like, one non-disposable mask, even if it's not necessarily a good one. Like, you can't convince me you don't own any. Like, I know for, like, you do. Even if you don't, like, disposable masks are still really easily available in pharmacies. Like, you cannot convince me you can't get one. I'm sorry, there's not an excuse. Like, I wish people were still masking, like, going outside normally, but it's like, that's just not happening right now. But I wish people would at least mask when they're fucking sick and they know it. Like, what the fuck? Like, I just feel like that's decency, like, now that it's easy to get them. You know, it was one thing, like, pre-pandemic when, like, it wasn't super common to be able to find disposable masks about. But, like, I know a lot of Asian countries, like, it's really commonplace to just wear a mask when you're sick. Because that's what you should be fucking doing anyway. I feel like that's a good practice. Because it's just, like, it's just basic consideration, you know? Like, I'd rather not get other people sick if I can help it. You know? You know, it's one thing if it's, like, my flatmate, because it's, like, we live in the same place. Like, if it's really bad, then, yeah, like, I'd stay in my room as much as possible and, like, avoid them. But, like, if it's just a cold, it's, like, it's my living space, too. Like, that's one thing. But, like, going out and about, like, come on, man. Like, even when it's just cold, it's just, like, you can just wear a mask. Like, it's not difficult. It's really not. Like, they're not difficult to access. Like, oh, boo-hoo, they're a little uncomfortable. So what? You forget about it. Like, you forget about it in, like, 20 minutes. Not even. Like, come on now. Just insane. I don't know. I feel like that should just, like, that's not even like a, oh, COVID thing. That's just like a, I feel like that's just a very basic decency sort of thing. It's just like a no-brainer. Now that it's a thing that's like, we have the precedent for it, you know? Like, you own masks. I know you do. Even if they're only like the little shitty ones, you own them. You can't convince me otherwise. But yeah. That's just like a funny little thing. I mean, when I had my meeting today, like, I went in wearing a mask, cause, like, yeah. Like, I did, like, when I was at host, I was like, oh, I'm getting over a cold. And I was just like, oh, that's why you're wearing the mask? Yeah. Like, I just feel like it's a very basic thing. Like, I don't want to be sniffling and sneezing in your face. I mean, I'm not really sneezing anymore, like I was the past couple of days, but, like, I still don't want to be, like... Like, if I can help it, like, I don't want to get you sick when you, like, have shit to be doing, you know? Oops, I don't mean to pop that out. Get out of here. I hate that that button's even there. I don't even know what the point of that button is. You can't see on the screen because, like, I've shrank it quite considerably. But, like, there's a button in my navigator over here. And it's just by default in TV Paint. and it's like a little end button, and it just pops out the screen. Like, it just makes like a new little tab, and I do not understand what the purpose is. There's like no reason. I don't know if it's just so you can have like an extra larger navigator at the side or what, but like I hate it. I keep accidentally clicking it while I'm meaning to like zoom out. And it's really annoying. Anyway, TV Paint UI ranting. God. TV Paint drives me a little nuts sometimes. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. Which is what I've been getting like the past few days. We'll probably end stream in like an hour or so. If that's okay. It's my own stream. You guys don't get a say in it either way. But you know, I'll probably in about an hour. We'll see. We'll see if it gets any worse. Right now it's completely bearable. It's just like there it is. Yeah. Yippee. I should probably get like this little chin thing in before I forget about it entirely, because I will forget about it entirely. There's the ad break again. How long does this snooze last? I wish it would tell me. That would be nice if it would tell me. Just sure would be cool if it would. But okay. Whatever. It's cool. Don't tell me. That's fine. Should do this over here too. I feel like I have such a weird way of like deciding where I clean up first. What I leave until later sometimes. There's like another thing I've been getting with these youth employability meetings. Is I've been getting us like, oh, like, would you consider more education? And I'm just sitting there like, I just got free. I'm good for now. You know, like little courses, like a little tiny like 1 semester college course, that would be one thing. Like, that's fine. But I'm good. I feel like I'm fine. It's like it was on my mind to the point the other day I had a dream while I was napping. I so rarely get dreams. But like, I had a dream, and it was like I can't even remember exactly what it was now, but what I do remember was it was like my brain was trying to convince me that like actually doing a master's would be super fun and cool, and it's not like it's something that you considered and then decided against or anything. You should totally do a master's. It's like my brain subconsciously trying to convince me to go back into education. I just be like, yeah, you should do a master's. Wouldn't that be fun? I'm just like, no. I decided not to do one right now for a reason. It's like, by all means, I could do a master's. I have a first class honors, which means like I can very much get into a master's class. But like, I have another year of my SAS. I think, in theory, I should have another year, which I could put into a master's. I think that's how that works anyway. And it's just like, I decided against it specifically because I don't think I could do another year of higher education right now. Like, what would I even do with a master's? Huh? Like, a bachelor's is enough for me right now. Like, I considered it for a good while when I was, like, scared of leaving education, and then, like, it got to the end of my second semester, and I was like, no, yeah, I'm done. This feels like enough. Like, I don't feel a need to go back into this for a good while. Cause the thing is, like, I can go and do a master's. I can decide to go back and do a master's at basically any time, right? Like, I'm allowed to do that. It's a thing. Like, people really often go back and do a master's, like, way later. If I feel the need to, I can. But just not right now. I'm good. I'm good for the moment. But like, another thing, the people I've been, the person I've been meeting for my, job search meetings, has been asking, like, she's asked a couple times in both of these meetings, have been like, have you thought about going into teaching? And, like, doing a teaching qualification? Because, like, you already have a degree, you'd only have to do, like, a 1-year program to get a teaching certificate. And I was just like, I mean, I thought about it. It was an option that's been presented to me. I'm not sure I want to, though. Because, again, like, I'm not convinced I want to do any more education right now. I'm not convinced it would do me much better, either. Considering the problems that teaching has had in and of itself. And it's like, I'm already doing, like, a UX design course right now. Like, we'll see what that does. So at least that does give me another option, and it's in my field, roughly, you know? It's close enough. And, like, I'd like to then transition the UX design into UI design as well. I mean, they're similar, but not the same. But, like, I'm sure I could probably do both. So, I did get my first certificate for that UX design course, but it was just the foundations. They haven't even come close to, like, teaching the actual, like, programs or anything. Which kind of sucks for me as a person who learns best by doing. I'm just like, I want to fuck around in the programs. Let me fuck around in the programs. Please. I just want to learn by doing. Although I am behind. I need to catch up to it. Because I keep forgetting to do it on a weekly basis. Whoops. So, I need to go catch up with that. Probably tomorrow. Or maybe on Sunday? Maybe? I don't know. Sigh. But yeah, you know. Life's just being life right now. It's the best way I can describe it. It's like, okay. I'd like to go to work, please. Yeah. Nothing makes me more infuriated right now than like the no one wants to work thing. It's like, I've been applying to jobs for 5 months. I can assure you I want to fucking work. Although all the like shit talking benefits thing that's going on right now is just like, dude, I'm like, everyone who's on it is fucking trying, I promise you. Like, right now is not a good time. Yeah, just gah. It's kind of funny how she just kind of spawns in there. Yeah, that no one wants to work goes right through me. It's so fucking annoying. Like, because I was talking about it earlier, but like we're starting, like me and the people I've been talking to with my job, my youth employability stuff, are starting to think that the problem I'm having might be that I'm overqualified, or like I'm being considered to be overqualified now. It's just like, if I didn't want the job, I wouldn't be applying. What the fuck is the logic here? I don't understand. But it's so annoying. It's like, oh my god, my mom managed to get a job before I could. I'm actually quite salty about it, because I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, she's been out of work for like 21 years? 22 years, even? I applied to a job 3 months ago and just got a reply last week. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't even, like, oh my god, if any of the things I've applied to did that to me, like, I wouldn't even fucking... I wouldn't respond by that point. It's just like, you're not respecting my time, man. Although, I was talking to, I guess I'll call her my caseworker for it, earlier today, during my meeting. I was saying, like, yeah, I'd rather get, like, a low-stakes job, like, just work in a cafe or something, than, like, something, than, like, a quote-unquote good job. That feels more permanent, because like I want to be able to like potentially move on to doing stuff that's in my actual specialism in my field if it comes up, because like right now the issue is just that there isn't a lot going like that wouldn't require me to like move. Right? That's like the main thing, but like there's, because I do 2D animation, and there is 2D animation stuff out there, but it's just like the stuff that I can actually apply to right now is quite limited, which sucks, but you know, it's just like an issue of like the industry is not in the best spot right now, because you know, the writer's strikes kind of set back production, which, you know, fair game. But it is a bit of a pain, that it is affecting, like, even other countries. You know. But it's like, I was kind of, I was aware of it before graduation. Just like, wow, this is, like, kind of bad timing, I feel like, industry-wise. You know, great. It was just kind of like, yeah, okay. This might as well happen. But like, oh, hey Walrus, 13 months, thank you. How have I been? I'm getting over a cold, and I'm talking about frustrations with job searching. But other than that, like I'm doing okay, I'd say. It's been, I mean, today hasn't really felt like a birthday because like I'm not actually celebrating my birthday until Saturday, which is fine. So it's just kind of felt like a day. But you know, it's been good. Nice. Happy birthday, thank you. Yeah. It's also technically my affiliate anniversary, and I'm sure you guys have been getting that in chat like this whole time probably. Because I got it for my own, like, it wanted me to wish myself a happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Tired Tida, sorry, for both the follow and for the happy birthday. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a day. I took a nice nap. That was pretty cool. I got a D&D magazine as well. And, like, I got myself, not a cake, it was a strawberry tower, which is, I don't really know what it is. It's kind of like a weird fucked up donut. I don't know. I don't know. I looked at it, I was like, that looks like a cake. I know it's not. I've had them before, but like, close enough. I love D&D. So do I. It's my hyperfixation. I've been getting into tabletops in general. I was talking about this at length earlier. But, you know, it's my hyperfixation and I get to decide the stream topic. But yeah, I saw it the other day and like, my money's been a little tight recently. It's not quite as bad now. I got a commission from a friend, so it's kind of boosted me a little bit. So I was like, okay, I have this meeting this morning, and then after my meeting, on my way home, before I have lunch, because I hadn't eaten anything, I'm going to go to the shop across the street from where I live. I'm going to buy a cake. I'm going to buy that magazine. And maybe something else. I did end up like buying, I wanted to get bubble tea, but they didn't have any. I was a little miffed, but I was just like, okay, well, I'll just grab an iced tea instead. I feel like, oh, and then the other stuff I got was just like lunch stuff. Just because I needed to top up some of my ingredients. You know, so the D&D magazine I mostly got it because it comes with a one-shot. Because I want to do more DMing stuff. But I'm not confident in my ability to plan my own one-shot yet. Especially for 5e. I've done planning for like one-page systems because those are still limited. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine, I can do that. But like D&D itself, I feel like requires a bit more, and I'm not confident in my ability to do that just yet. So I was like, I want to see what the one-shot they have is. So I mostly got it for that. But it came with a set of dice, which I actually, like, for acrylic dice, they look surprisingly nice. I think they have, like, mica in them. I think. It looked like it. Which is like that sparkly stuff you see in resin dice a lot. It makes it all shimmery. I think it has that in it. I was actually quite surprised. It looked better when I actually like looked at them closely. But surprisingly nice. I don't usually like acrylic dice because they're usually kind of shitty. I don't know. They're kind of shitty looking a lot of the time. I mean, some of them do look quite nice, but I generally prefer resin dice. I like metal dice as well, but I'm always so scared of scratching the table and stuff with metal dice. They're so much heavier as well, so it's hard to get a good roll. You have to kind of roll them in your hands, you know? Before you chuck them. But like, my most preferred kind of dice is resin dice. But you know, they're nice acrylic dice. I didn't fully notice like the mica powder when I was initially looking at it the other day. You know, it also came with a battle map. Well, it's not really a battle map, but it's like an overworld map. I thought it was gonna be like a dinky little shitty overworld map. No, it's actually like a full, like, proper quality map. Like, I wasn't expecting it. I mean, it's a map that's very tailored to the one-shot that it came with, because it is specifically for use with that one-shot. Although, it did come with, the layouts for maps, for battle maps, but it kind of, it's in, like, the one-shot, like, plan itself, so I think the implications that you're supposed to redraw it, or scan it, or what have you, which, you know, is fine, but I think that was the implication that was supposed to be made with it, just because of how it was laid out, but it looked cool. It was a neat little one-shot. I had a read-through of it, and it kind of confirmed to me, because, like, I haven't, like I said, I haven't DM'd any 5e one-shots, but I have DM'd, like, a 100 Goblins one-shot and a Honey Heist one-shot, and the Goblins one-shot, I definitely, I overplanned it, because it was my first time ever planning a one-shot, so I didn't really know what I was doing, and I definitely overplanned for things that just never even came up. My Honey Heist one-shot, I think I did a significantly better job. I feel like I did a lot better with that, because I was mostly just like, I'm gonna get the absolute most bare bones plan down, because this is gonna go off the rails so fast, I already know it is. That comes with DMing. Yeah, I suppose I learned my lesson. Not that I think I did, like, a terrible job with the Goblin one-shot, but it, like, I was pretty exhausted afterwards, because I was like, okay, I definitely overplanned this. Good to know. I know for next time I DM anything, I don't need to do that. Because it was like, I didn't even read half the shit, like, while I was actively narrating. Like, half of it just, like, went out the window anyway. So it was like, okay, no point in doing that. We'll just make it the fuck up next time. Get the most bare bones plan in. That's fine. So I did that for the Honey Heist one-shot, and I felt like that went significantly better. At least on my end. I don't think it made much of a difference on the player end. But it felt a lot better just kind of improvising with, like, the most bare bones idea of, like, okay, this is here and here and here and here. If they don't go there, that's fine. Everything else I make the fuck up. And, like, being able to see, like, an actual official, I think it is directly made by Wizards of the Coast, or at least commissioned by them. I'm not entirely sure. With this magazine. But being able to, like, see an actually, like, professionally put together one-shot plan definitely made me feel a lot better of, like, okay, so I had it more correct the second time, clearly. Or quote-unquote correct. I know it's kind of like a personal preference sort of thing. I saw some, because I'm in a... Improvising is what I usually do anyway, but I play a lot of odd systems that don't have modules to use, so yeah. Yeah, that was kind of my iffiness with, because I have a lot of systems. Like, I have a lot of indie systems, but, like, my one thing is that most of them don't have modules. And so, like, it's hard to learn an entire system in, like, 2 weeks, like, maybe 1 week, and write a one-shot, and, like, because when you learn a system, you have to learn it to a point that you can, like, actively teach players as you go along. Which is why I was sticking to one-page systems in my 2 one-shot, GMing adventures. Because it's just, like, I didn't feel prepared, like, even though I know 5e very well, like, I know how to play, I don't have to look at, like, the DM's guide in any significant capacity to know how to play. Like, I know how it works. My main issue was that I don't own any modules, and I really, really did not want to try and plan one myself. Like, I don't feel up to scratch. I don't know. It was like I wanted to at least have some like pre-written modules just to kind of know like how people plan how people plan a one-shot properly. Because I felt so out of my element with it. Like it was fun. I enjoyed GMing those couple of times, but I also found it like very stressful, and I didn't fully feel like I knew what I was doing. Which, you know, first 2 times GMing, like I suppose that's how it's gonna be, huh? But I don't know. Yeah. I really wanted to. I mostly got the magazine for that module just to see, like, it seemed pretty cool. Of course, like, it's set in, canon Forgotten Realms, what the fuck is it called? It's set in near Neverwinter. I don't remember if that's actually in Faerun. I think it is. To be honest, I don't know much. As much as I have a major, like, D&D hyperfixation, all of the games I've played in have been homebrew settings, so I don't actually know a lot about canon 5e or canon D&D in general. I've only recently started learning some stuff about Faerun just because of the D&D movie and Baldur's Gate 3. That's the only reason I know anything at this point. Which is quite funny, to be like, I have a D&D hyperfixation. No, I don't know anything about the canon setting. I hyperfixate over the games I'm in. I know a little bit, I mainly only play homebrew. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I think it's just... Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually played in a canon setting before. Like, I haven't played any of the modules that exist, like, from Wizards of the Coast for D&D. I've never played any of them, so I'm just like, I don't know. I only know, like, the stuff I've learned through osmosis. I only know the stuff that's been talked about online to some extent. I only just found out who Dritz Do'Urden is. Or Do'Urden? I don't even know how do you pronounce it? Is it Do'Urden? Dritz Do'Urden? Drow names are weird. They're cool, but I'm just like, I have no idea how to approach this. I played a Lost Mines of Phandalin and Dragon Queen Horde. Interesting. I've heard a little bit of the stuff from Curse of Strahd. That's about it. That's about all I know. And even then I don't have like a comprehensive knowledge of how that one-shot goes. Or how that campaign goes, rather. How that module goes. I don't really know. So I've never played it. I've only heard about, I've only heard from people who played it. Just like about little bits of it. But yeah, so I'm only just starting to learn anything about canon setting. I at least know who the Harpers are now. And about, what are they called again? Like the little black market fuckers. I don't remember what they're called right now. They start with a Z. I'm blanking. They do show up in Baldur's Gate though. In Baldur's Gate 3. I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, I'm starting to learn a little bit about them. I don't know if I'll ever go full ham into bothering to learn, but you know. Yeah, I'm mostly a canon setting, or not canon setting, a homebrew setting person. Just because that's kind of the circumstances I've been in. Almost all of the games in the role-playing society I'm in that are 5e, I think pretty much all of them are usually homebrew. I think last year someone ran a Waterdeep. Like a standard Waterdeep campaign. But I wasn't in it, so I don't know. And I don't know how much they stuck to the module. I mean, I would say like 60% mostly homebrew. Yeah, I feel like it's quite common for it to just be homebrew. That's the thing, like there's so much homebrew for D&D, it's kind of hard to not want to play with it. Just because like, one of the DMs I've played in 3 games with, from my, role-playing society, and he doesn't run canon setting, he has like his own world, and all of the campaigns that he runs are in the same world. So I see he's making a brand new world as kind of the pull of D&D. Yeah, I feel like that too. Like, he doesn't do canon setting, but he is very rules as written until it comes to like the occasional rule of cool, if you can convince him. Whereas like, the other GMs I've had, like Cannell, my friend Cannell, he's the DM for the campaign with Coda, which is on break right now, and he's the one who's also DMing the Warhammer game I'm playing, or we're gonna be starting to play this Sunday. Even the action to drink a health potion rule, I think he allows that one. We haven't really tested it. We kind of always forgot about health potions, I'm gonna be real. I think he did do the bonus action to drink a health potion rule. I don't know, I usually just use healing spells, so oh yeah, he wasn't strict about like every single rule, but it was like most of it, like if I had like he tried to stick to rules as written for the most part. And of course, like usually there's like some leeway where it could go either way, like why drink potion when healing word is right there? Yeah, pretty much. Although it was usually not healing word. I would just spend like an action and then do something else in my bonus action, because the last character I was playing in one of his campaigns was a druid, and a moon druid at that, so it was like half of his shit was on bonus actions. You know, like healing while in wild shape, that's a bonus action. Wild shaping in and of itself is a bonus action. So like half the time I could get more use out of just using my bonus action for shit. Yes, bear at level 2. Yes. He did wild shape into a bear a lot. It was a lot of, we were stuck at level 5, the whole campaign, which is fine. But it did mean like, I ended up having like, for the most part, sticking to the same couple of, it was like three wild shapes that I usually like went to, which was bear, warhorse, and then direwolf. So it was like, those are really the only ones that are viable in a fight to any extent, and warhorse only if you're like in a chase, really. Dying one more level and you could do CR2. I know, it was a bit annoying actually. Because I had realized, like, before he actually told us that we weren't gonna level up, because he only actually made it like an official thing, because it was basically he wanted to try and see like how sticking to one level would affect a campaign, which I was completely fine with it, but like it did mean that like I was stuck in that limited range of options. It was like, obviously there were other options, and there was times I did turn into something else. Like, you know, there was a time I turned into a giant spider. I did that a couple of times, but that was more so for the utility of being able to stick to walls. I briefly turned into a giant badger once, and then it didn't really work out. I turned into a dog once to sniff things out in the city. And then I turned into a giant octopus to fight a kraken. Because that just felt funny. But you know, like, it meant, like, I didn't have any access to flying options. The kraken was summoned by me by accident. Which was its own whole thing. But my character basically, like, was having his brain hijacked, to fuel a time loop. And so it was causing all sorts of weird, fucked up magic shit to happen around him, where he was accidentally manifesting, like, entire groups of people. He was actually manifesting pretty much the entirety of the city as it was, which I didn't find out until the end. Like, at one point he accidentally manifested a displacer beast, which was absolutely obliterated. You know, it was a fun thing. You know, normal things for a 13-year-old child. And not at all super traumatic. Two-tailed cat. It did look like a house cat, actually, because what happened was my DM dragged me aside to be like, so, what would Hako be scared of? I was like, well, I don't know, like, as a druid, as like a kid who has a hyperfixation with animals, I feel like something he'd be most scared of, would, as like a tangible thing, would be like something that looks like a normal animal but isn't. Like it's like uncanny valley of an animal. And so he was like, okay. And like as soon as he said he had an idea for it, I was like, I had in my head, he's gonna go for a fucking displacer beast, wasn't he? And then the displacer beast showed up. I was like, yep, okay. Cool. Great. I actually do quite like displacer beasts. I just find them a bit of a pain to fight. So there's shit going on with them. But I do think they're probably one of my favorite monsters in D&D. I think they're very cool. But yeah, like as soon as he said he had an idea, I was just like, displacer beast. I know it's gonna be displacer beast. It's like, that's like where my mind would go. And then it was. I was like, yep, okay. Fucked up house cat. Let's go. Kitty. It was fucked up though, because only Hako could see it for like a good solid minute while we were in initiative. Well, no, it wasn't a full minute. But like, it felt like a while. It was a good few rounds that like no one else could see the fucking displacer beast at all. So like we had one person who was wildly swinging in the general direction that Hako was saying it was. And that was about it. You know. And then that poor displacer beast got absolutely fucking obliterated. Because the paladin did so much fucking damage to it in one go. It was just gone. Smites are so fucked up. Oh my god. I also learned through that campaign that druids are really fucked up in general. Like, just the spells they get are so fucked. Sad. Oh, it saved the people we were trying to save's lives, so it worked out. But, like, druid spell is so fucked up. What the fuck? You play monks? I've only played monks briefly. I haven't got enough time playing as a monk to like really get the grip, like get a grip on how the class works. I do know like it's fairly simple though. All I know is fucked up. So I remember the last time I played a monk, it was towards the end of a 24-hour game. I just strike a monster in a burning house. Yeah. But like, it was towards the end of a 24-hour game, where I was exhausted as hell, and it was like the one class that had a limited selection of dice that I would need to worry about. So it's like, I'm gonna play a monk, I'm gonna lie down on the floor, I'm only going to barely become conscious when it becomes my turn in the fight, otherwise I'm not roleplaying anymore. I'm too fucking tired to roleplay at this point. I'm just here, tell me what I need to roll, just assume I'm fucking punching. You know, like, I don't have to think through what I'm doing anymore. And then I killed the final boss! I was like, okay, good to know that monks are cool, but like also a little thoughtless sometimes. Punch, 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 end turn. Phase run out of magic for the day. I mean, yeah, like, do you know how much, like, playing D&D for 24 hours takes out of you? It's fun, but you start becoming quite, you start losing it at, like, hour, 15 or so, and then it just gets gradually worse from there. You know, sleep deprivation and all that. You know, actively participating, actively focusing in a game of D&D, like, it does actually take quite a lot. And I don't feel like you realize it because you're having so much fun until you do like a ridiculously long one shot. Okay? Like, it's an experience in and of itself, and like, a lot of people don't make it all the way through because like they're completely out by like significantly less than that. Yeah, I've noticed that when I'm playing in a voice game, I have very bad focus issues. Yeah, it's because it's genuinely exhausting to keep that kind of concentration up for a long period of time. But like, I'm usually completely fine up until like hour 15, 16. I can go for a good while. It's after that I start like slowly losing it. But like, I've made it to 25 hours. That's the longest I've played D&D straight. And although that does include like some character creation stuff at the start. But like, that's the longest I've managed. And like, that doesn't include that I was up for earlier. I was up for a good 2 hours before that. And then I was up for another hour or so after. So like, the longest I've gone in total, not necessarily all game, but like in terms of being awake and playing D&D and then going home before resting, was about 28 hours or so. Like, it takes a lot. I happen to have good stamina for it, comparatively, because like, a lot of the other people that I was playing with, like, there was a whole thing of like, if you leave the building after a certain time, you're not going to be able to get back in because they lock the doors. You're not going to be able to get back. So like, keep that in mind. Only leave if you're meaning to leave. Like, otherwise do not. But so like, a lot of people would sort of start leaving. I mean, people would leave earlier if they had other shit to do, which was fine. That was normal. But some people would try to go all the way through, and most people would leave by 3 or 4 a.m. That was when most people like started to just go because they were too fucking tired to keep going. Which is entirely okay. Like, not everyone can fucking manage that. I could barely manage it. But like, yeah, it would get to about that time and they'd be like, it's time, like, I need to sleep. Like, I can't do it anymore. But I'd be like, yeah, that's fair. Like, one of my friends, like, the last time I played in a 24-hour game, like, when he decided like he had to leave because he was too tired to keep going. This was around the time that everyone was starting to get delirious, and like we'd have to take more and more breaks to just like rest like for 10 minutes, but keep each other awake. Hey Mark. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, like, I guess to a point, the, like, and, like, the thing with these 24-hour games was those games were the only ones that would actually, like, the games I was in were pretty much the only ones that would make it all the way through. Most of the other games would only actually run for, like, 10 hours, maybe 12. Like, I was in the one that would go all the way through. Like, the 24-hour games would start with, like, 40 people odd in, like, the room, not in, like, a single campaign. Although, like, not in, like, a single one-shot, but, like, in the entire room, amongst different one-shots, different games. But, like, by the end, it would be, like, 8 people left, which is quite a drastic reduction. Although entirely fair, like I said. But, you know, I made it to the end of the 2 that I've been to, and it wasn't easy, it was very fun, but, like, you do start becoming incredibly delirious by the end. The last time I went, I got stuck in a Scottish accent for, like, the next day afterwards, because the character that I was, like, my character didn't die at any point during it, so, like, I was playing a necromancer, like a wizard necromancer. His name was Dr. Denny. He legally had to put X at the front of his name because his legal name was Doctor, but he'd lost his medical license a year prior. Because apparently raising the dead is not a legal action, nor is it moral. So, yeah, but he spoke in a Scottish accent, and so I was maintaining a Scottish accent for the vast majority of about 25 hours, and then by the time it was over with, like, I got stuck in the accent, so, like, fuck, I don't remember how I talk normally anymore. I'm so fucking tired, I don't remember. Feel Scottish, man. Like, it was like, how do you speak? Because, like, I spoke in this kind of accent with Hako as well, but he did it in, like, a higher pitch, but it was, like, around here. My internet keeps dying, feels bad, man. It might be my end, actually. I keep noticing my bitrate dipping. That's just my Wi-Fi for you. Or it might be a combo. Wombo combo. But yeah, so, like, I got stuck talking like this for, like, a solid, like, the rest of the day afterwards. I was stuck talking like this, and I couldn't remember how to not talk like this anymore. It was actually just my Ethernet cable dying. It happens every time I try to watch something. Oh, rip. Rest in peace. I salute you. I don't have a salute, thing. But the closest I can give you is, I salute you. I salute your efforts. But, yeah. I feel like it's always a thing when I have a character that speaks in a different accent, it's way easier for me to accidentally... It's a very unique salute. It's the best I got, man! It's the best I got! But yeah, so, like... I feel like it's always a thing when I have a character who has a very specific accent. Like, I don't necessarily get stuck in it, but, like, the accent will end up coming a lot more naturally to me while I'm actively playing the character, because, like, I get into a good, like, rhythm with it. And so, like, my new D&D character, Camille, she's going to be speaking kind of like this, and now I'm kind of worried that I'm going to end up accidentally speaking like this in the shower. She was originally supposed to be a lot more posh, but like when I was joking about it, it's like that's kind of just how she fell into it. I was like, okay, I guess that's her voice, because that's just what I'm falling into with her. I feel like because I always have a thing with connecting to the characters I'm playing in a campaign. It's just like a thing, where I quite literally do just become them. Like, they possess my body. That's just how it is. And so, like, they'll have a set way where it's like, once I'm in, I'm in. Like, I'm in that character for the duration. I feel like I always have that. Or, like, I can usually fall backwards. So, like with my first D&D character, Amadia, like, I can still kind of fall into... Because, I mean, she had a pretty, simple voice, where it was just slightly higher pitched than mine, and a bit more anxious sounding. And then, of course, Virial. He's excessively easy to fall back into. He just has such a voice about him. I remember it like the back of my hand. He's very easy, I suppose, in many ways. More ways than one. Just that fucking bitchy ass voice. I haven't figured out what I'm doing for Opal yet, my Pokeball character. I don't know. I mean, I guess I was kind of thinking, like, just a slightly more... I guess I was kind of gonna go into a bit of a California, Valley Girl, like, slight accent. Not, like, a strong one. But I'm still not sure, actually. I haven't thought about it as much as some of the other characters I have cooking up. Because I feel like the other characters... My other two characters that I'm going to be starting to play in the next couple of weeks, like, I feel like they're quite a bit more, excessive in what I imagine their voices to be. Like, Nil's a cowboy, so, like, I have to give him a southern accent. And I also have to figure out how to put, like, a lower spin on it. Which, I think is gonna end up a little like this. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeehaw, let's go. Like, I've done a southern voice before. My last cleric, Idelia, she had a very unexpected southern accent that no one fucking saw coming until it came out of my mouth. But like, she spoke like this. Which is fine. So, like, I can get into the still. It's just, like, lowering it and giving it a vocal fry. But, like, I'm trying to get a grip on still. Like, yeah, this is how it'll sound, I guess. It's, like, trying to get the vocal fry is the hardest part, I think, while also lowering my voice and maintaining an accent. It's, like, combining factors is what makes it difficult sometimes, I feel like. Because sometimes it's easier than others. There's so much going on. I can hear it though. I hope so. I've been like practicing it a little bit, like occasionally. Whereas like other voices like Camille come a lot more naturally. It's just like, yeah, she's obviously going to be quite posh, very posh sounding. She looks quite regal. So like, she'll probably slip into a much more put-on voice, but I think her more casual voice will be more like this. Well, it's a little posh sounding, but it's not like super pretentious. Like, it's a little pretentious. That's good, thank you. Coda's voice is quite easy for me to fall into now, because I'm so used to it, but he was quite difficult for a while, because he initially really hurt my throat, because Coda speaks kind of at the back, like nasally like this. Initially it was supposed to go lower, but like I really couldn't maintain lowering my voice while also making it all nasally like this. Like, even just this is still, like, a little difficult to maintain for a long period of time. Especially because he's a very emotional character, so it can get quite difficult if I'm trying to, you know, portray him getting upset and stuff, as he does. Like, it's gotten easier. It used to, like, really physically hurt my throat, and I'm a little out of practice now. But, like, I can access it a lot easier now, at the very least. It's just I'm a little out of practice. But, like, it used to, like, physically damage my throat. But I feel like when you have voices like that, you do... After a few sessions, you start finding, like, where the comfortable place in your throat is. Which I always find quite interesting. I also feel like it usually takes me a couple sessions to, like, find the voice of a character. And I don't mean, like, in the literal sense of, like, how they speak. But I mean, like, to become possessed by them during a session. Basically, like, to just know exactly how they would react to everything. Like, to just get to know them. I feel like that's always a thing I have. Which is probably why I end up getting... I get hella, character bleed, in terms of emotions, just because I get so very connected to my characters. So, you know, it can be a little rough sometimes. That's something I have quite a lot. Which isn't necessarily bad, but, like, 'tis a moment, you know? It certainly doesn't help, with certain things. But, like, yeah, I feel like I always have a stage in the first session or two of finding the character. Finding their voice. And their personality as well. This is, like, it's all well and good that I have an idea of, like, for instance, how Camille's personality is. You know, like, how's that actually gonna end up working in practice? I feel like that's always quite a big thing. Because a lot of the time, I'll have an idea of what my character is gonna be like, and then it'll end up changing once I actually start playing. And once I find, like, the character's voice, quote-unquote. I feel like that's always something that happens. Just stuff ends up changing, which is pretty normal, I think. And, like, you know, they'll stay close to what they were originally intended to be, but, like, they'll end up morphing a little bit, and becoming their own little thing. Which is always fun. Other characters I've had. I very briefly had Kazuya, in one of those 24-hour games, the first one. Not the same one as ex-Dr. Danny. And she spoke kind of softly like this, I remember. Even though she was an evil son of a bitch. She was so evil. But she was a charlatan, and she tried to put on a very sweet and friendly mask so that she could scam the shit out of everyone around her. And also try to kill them. Because she was kind of a homicidal maniac. And also she got given the Eye of Vecna. Which was not a good choice. Well, it was a very good choice, but it scared the DM quite a bit. Because this is the same DM that I've had 3 full campaigns with. And, like, my first character with him was Amadia, who, like, she had her moments of being, like, a little bit batshit, but, like, she wasn't a bad person. You know, she didn't really kill people if she could help it. She just has, like, some mental issues going on. But, like, that was before Virial. Like, I call Kazuya the blueprint because she literally was the blueprint for Virial. But it was the first time that this DM had seen me, like, pull off some evil shit. And there was, like, I remember very specifically, there was a note, because, like, during the combat where I was trying to kill everyone, in character, no one else knew quite yet that she was trying to kill them during this fight. So what I was doing was, like, I was splitting my turn between using some of my actions and then splitting some of the rest of my actions into notes, so that only the DM knew what I was actually doing. And one of the notes I handed him was that she was controlling these lions using the Eye of Vecna, and she was commanding them to try and kill someone, and the way I worded it was that she commands the lions to like play and tear apart this guy's body like a sad, sad dog toy. And he looked up at me with like the most horrified face. Just like, I don't know if I know you anymore. Because it was so fucked up, and he didn't realize like how fucked up I could go in D&D. Because like, you know, like I play at doing like some pretty fucked up things on stream, and like I do fucked up things in D&D as well, but I hadn't really like done excessively evil things. Like I hadn't done anything outright evil in D&D to him yet, and so he was just kind of like, what the fuck? Where is this coming from? Because like I feel like I don't have the most assuming personality for doing stuff like that, I suppose. Certainly not in person. I suppose it's one thing on stream. But, because I'm quite a shy person. I've talked about that. I'm quite a shy person. I don't talk all that much. Like, I'm not super talkative. Well, I am talkative, but, like, only when I'm comfortable. Otherwise, I'm quite quiet. Unless you get me going about stuff. So, like, this was still when I was settling into university, and so I was still, like, I was still new to D&D, I didn't really know what I was doing half the time, and, like, you know, I was new, I wasn't fully comfortable, and so, like, this came completely out of fucking left field for him. And then we got to, like, fully delve into it with, the campaign after, because I was in his next campaign as well, and that was the one with Virial. And, like, as he puts it now, post that campaign, because it was an evil campaign. So he puts it as, like, yeah, so you know how in a normal, like, good aligned campaign, most players will tend towards the neutral rather than being good? Yeah, so, like, the same is true in evil campaigns. Most people will tend towards a neutral alignment. Except for Nabby. Nabby played a fucking psychopath compared to the rest of the group. Which is true. It was basically like the rest of the group were like cartoon villains, and then I was fucking Hannibal Lecter, as one of the other players put it more recently, while we were talking about it. Apparently, which isn't untrue, but I feel like it's more comparable to compare Virial to Dammer in a way. It wasn't based off of Dammer, but like in terms of like the shit he did to the people he killed, it was probably a little. I suppose Hannibal Lecter does kind of get to it. He wasn't a cannibal though. Like, he did mutilate the bodies a lot. But yeah. So they were a little, that was the guy's first campaign as well. And then he was stuck with me in another campaign afterwards with a different DM. Which was not anywhere near as bad. Ideally, was not anywhere near as bad, but like, I guess because I play character concepts that throw people off so much. So like, ideally was fucked up in her own way, but she wasn't a fucking serial killer. Like, she was part of a cult, but she wasn't a bad person, necessarily, in and of herself. She just had a goddess emotionally abusing her, basically, and taking over her body, which was the part that fucked him up, apparently. It's like, she's nowhere near as comparable, come on now. Ideally, it's nowhere close to Virial in severity. I don't know why you keep comparing them. They're not the same by any means. But okay. I wasn't even the problem child of that campaign. I was one of the moral compasses. I was one of the good aligned people. The fuck? So yeah. Apparently he's talked about it to other people while I'm not there as well. It's like, oh my god, like, have I had that much of an impact? And then, the last campaign I was in, one of the other people who was a player in that evil campaign recognized me from my voice and just immediately looked at me, because, like, we hadn't played in person. We were playing that campaign online. And so he recognized me from the voice and was just like, you, I remember you. I was like, my whole the whole roleplay society knows me for that one fucking character because I got an award for it because I was so fucking evil. And, like, people still fucking talk about it, like, who weren't even in that campaign. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. I guess I can never do anything else again. It's like, cause the first guy, who I did go out of my way to bully a little in that campaign, like, in character, because I was playing cat and mouse with him a little bit, just because, he's the current president of the society. I think it'll be his last year, but, like, he's been president of the society for the past couple of years. So he looks at me, every time I come in, like, at the start of the year, he looks at me, he's just like, what are you doing this year? What kind of menace are you playing this year? I'm like, I haven't even, like, it's been 3 years since I last played an evil character in the society, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Or I guess 2.5 years if you count next Dr. Danny, but even then, he was a menace, but he wasn't, well, he was kind of evil, but, like, he doesn't count. It's like, man, like, Hako was a good boy. Ideally it wasn't perfect, but, like, she wasn't evil. Her goddess was a bitch, but, like, she ideally wasn't evil. Hako was nowhere close to evil. He started becoming a bit more morally grey towards the end, but that was because he was a traumatized 13-year-old. Like, he killed 2 people. One of them was by accident in self-defense because he was a serial killer trying to kill him. And the other one was his aunt, who had previously also tried to kill him, and was also already dying. I was like, man, I literally, I had to look at him and was like, I'm playing in the fucking Pokemon campaign. What the fuck kind of evil could I even be playing in it? What? Yeah, I've been told that my campaign characters, I mean, yeah, I suppose I could technically play an evil character. It's like, it's a Legends game. Like, I had no plans of doing so. Like, it's just like, man, I have been told by, like, a few people now, I suppose, that my characters just end up being quite memorable. 'Cause, like, I feel like, in my personal opinion, right, like, my first character, Amadia, I feel like now I could play her so much better. Like, I could write her way, like, just far better. I still like her, but, like, I'm not quite as proud of her as the characters that came after her. But apparently she's the only character from that campaign that the DM still remembers the name of off the top of his head. Probably, like, even though she was a human fighter, like, which is everyone's first D&D character. You know. Probably because she fought with a mop. But it was like, I don't feel like she was the best friend character, but like, apparently she was memorable enough. It's just like, apparently that's like my main skill set with D&D characters, is just making very memorable ones a lot of the time. It's like, Virial is still just like, again, even among like people who were not in that fucking campaign, they remember me from that specifically. Even though like it was the awards show that we did for it was online that year because of the pandemic, and I don't think I had my camera on, so I don't know if they just like know my voice or recognize my art from it or what. Just like it'll be briefly brought up and everyone will go like, oh, that's you. Oh, you're the one who did that. They won't even have been in the society at the time. I'm just like, how the fuck do you even know about this? Why is my lore extended to people who weren't there? What? Because one thing was the people like I knew in the society who weren't in that campaign. It's another thing when it's people who weren't even in the society at the time that I've never met. What the fuck? So apparently I have lore in the society at this point, and it's that I'm a fucking scary person to play with just because of that character. It's like, man. Not that I'm necessarily like a scary person, just that I'm scary to play with. What the fuck? Yeah, you know. I'm still surprised though with Virial that like the other players didn't see him being a serial killer coming, because I didn't the only thing I hid was like the actual events of the murders. Everything else, like he was overly sadistic in fights, and I made a point of like being overly cruel. Like, past the point that anywhere else was. Like, I'd make sure, like, if I was casting Infestation, like, that was gonna be fucked up. Like, it was distinctly going to be fucked up. He had, like, a whole thing of non-lethally casting Blight on someone to basically, like, rot part them away. During a fight. Which was, like, a mock fight. And he also, like, he basically, like, full, endurance predatored, someone by chasing them down very slowly with Eldritch Blast, because, like, he had, like, a 300-foot range on his Eldritch Blast. So he had a whole thing of, like, very slowly chasing someone down and toying with them. So it's like, it was, like, you probably could have guessed he was a serial killer just from his behavior in fights. Let alone everything else. This is like, when he cast Infestation, one of the times he did it, like, he went very specifically out of his way to, like, I picked out a parasite. And this is a really fucked up one to do, Infestation with. Because the parasite I chose was a green banded brood sac, which, if you don't know, is is that one that infects snails. It like goes into their eye stalks and like does the flash, like the little dancey dance until they get picked up by a bird, plankton, to continue the life cycle of the parasite, which is a parasite I find quite fascinating, but it's also intensely fucked up to do to a person. But I did that. So yeah, you know, I don't know how no one guessed that he might have been a serial killer at any point prior to the actual reveal that he was a serial killer. I really don't know. Apparently it just really wasn't on people's minds, but I don't know how. I only barely hit it. Yeah. Now that I think about it, those really fucked up in-fight decisions probably did contribute to the scariness. 'Cause I did do a few creative uses of spells, emphasis on creative, in that other campaign with Idalia as well, albeit it was more so with when her goddess was taking control of her. Although I did have one instance of casting light on someone's eyeballs. I did have one instance of that towards the start of it, but that was self-defense. But it was also quite intensely fucked up, but I literally had nothing else to do. Like, that was like my one option of just like, blind you, fuck you, I'm leaving. So, you know, I guess that was kind of fucked up, but it's not like he didn't also do fucked up things in that campaign, so I don't know why I'm getting the blame. I was not even the most fucked up. Like, man. I think I'm gonna finish this frame and I'm probably gonna finish upstream, I think. Once this frame is done. I don't think I have it in me to do everything else on stream right now. I don't know. I mostly just need to go to the bathroom and stuff, to be honest, but I don't want to cut to a BRB screen again, so bleh, I'll just stick with that. Also, my nose is getting really stuffy as well. I probably need to consider taking some night nurse in a little bit. I'm going to bed. Not too bad, but just ungunk me. Someone please ungunk me. There's so much gunk. Too much gunk. I don't know why it really wants to do the mouth X to the side there when I'm blowing my nose. Just like looks like I feel like I should be getting like a puppet to put on my hand here when I'm doing that. Little puppetry. Wonder if I should make myself some live 2D items for that. Also, just kind of looks like I'm really aggressively chewing. Nom 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 nom. Delicious. Oh. I guess I kind of for gore in this frame. Oops. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Ah. Close enough. Still eyes. And save. Oh my god. When was the last time I even saved? Oh. I get really into it and just like I feel like I have pretty good saving habits, but oof. Sometimes when I get like really focused, I just forget. Just completely forget. I don't have a save alarm on this right now. I'm usually pretty okay with it, but I don't remember the last time I saved. So yeah, you know. Ooh. Okay, let's... Oh. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. In between moment, that's fine. They don't all have to be winners all the time. Oops. Didn't turn on my stabilization there. Okay. So we're a decent chunk of the way through. Hopefully I can get this done by the 10th. But you know, I think that's gonna be me for the moment. Just save that and leave it running. Yeah, thank you for coming. If you came for a little bit or a lot of it, either way, I appreciate it. Let's see if anyone's on to raid. Oh god, shut up. Shush. Somni's here. Somni's streaming. Somni streaming. So, okay, I'm gonna send you guys to my friend Somni. They are streaming Valorant. I'm not a big streamer person. I don't know if any of you guys are, but I think they'll appreciate it. They're very nice, although they might get a little funky. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, if you came for a little bit, if you came for a little bit or a lot of it, either way, I appreciate it. Let me quickly, I'll click your manually raid again. Somni tier. Is that gonna start it? Oh god. Hold on, let me go to the fucking... I guess I'll go to the manual. God damn it. Okay, let me just click the button then, since that's not gonna work. Yeah. Be nice to Somni. Be kind. Spread good vibes. I don't have a raid message anymore. You can say whatever. Just be nice. Let me start that. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Thank you for celebrating my birthday with me. Yeah. Bye bye. Whoops.